Hello and welcome to my channel, Talisman Tarot. In this reading I want to ask the cards and spirit directly through channeling about how people will perceive you in 2025. And I have 7 groups here that you can choose from. This will be group number 1, this will be group number 2, this will be group number 3, this will be group number 4, this will be group number 5, this will be group number 6, and this will be group number 7. So I will ask you to use your intuition and choose the group that speaks to you the most, the group that catches your eye, and that group will be your group. And if you need any more time to choose, you can just pause the video. But if you don't need any more time, then head down to the description box below and find the timestamp for your particular group and click on that, and your reading should appear in front of you. And while you're down there in the description box below, make sure to check out my guide on how to book a personal reading from me. I love doing personal readings for you guys. It's always a pleasure. So please check that out. But let's focus on this reading right here. Choose your group and I'll see you in your reading. Hello, group number 1, you chose this, the Jolanda Tarot deck, and I'm going to start with some channeling and then I'm going to shuffle the cards for you. So I'm going to do the channeling now. So Spirit, can you answer this question for group number 1, the people who will choose group number 1? How will people perceive group number 1 in 2025? Okay, they're going to notice a transformation, that you are going to grow with a task. Like there's going to be something that you're going to be doing in 2025. I don't know if it's a new job. I don't know if it's something else. I don't know if you will be studying something or starting something new or having a kid, possibly. I don't know. Of course, if it's a kid, I think then you probably already know that that is what's going to happen. But if you don't think that's in the cards for you, then it's probably not that. But there is going to be something in 2025 that you're going to be accomplishing. You're going to be succeeding at this. It's going to be something that you can either succeed or fail, and you're going to succeed. And you're going to grow with the task. You're going to gain more confidence because of this, because you're going to feel like, okay, if I can do this, I can do anything. And people are going to notice that confidence. People are going to see that you are really, thriving in this accomplishment that you're going to have. So this achievement, this thing that you're going to do. So yeah. Oh, yes. Okay, so with the 6 of Swords, people are going to see you as someone who went like, okay, so before 2025, people have noticed, so like this year and the year before this year, last year, the year before that, I don't know, like people have noticed that you have been in stormy waters. Things have not been going very smoothly for you. You have had your ups and downs. Things have not worked out the way you wanted it to. And people have picked up on that you have been in a rough spot in your life. And so they will see the transformation when you go into 2025, and throughout 2025, people are going to see that you are sailing towards smooth waters. That's what this card means. It means going from stormy waters into smooth waters. I know the imagery doesn't really fit that right, but it's what this card means in the Rider-Waite. So in this card, like I'm also going to read the imagery on this card here. So they might see that you're also accomplishing things that you didn't believe was possible. And so that is such a great thing to witness as a spectator, witnessing someone do something that they didn't believe was even in the cards for them. And so I feel like there's something that you're going to be doing in 2025 that you've maybe said in the past that this is never going to happen, that you're never going to be able to do this, or that you've been down on yourself, not believing in yourself. And so they're going to see that you in 2025, they're going to see you flying on a broomstick, you know, doing something that shouldn't, or that you believe, well, other people would also believe that you can't fly on a broomstick, but, you know, it's more like, I'm just seeing it more as overcoming some mental barrier in this case, something that you didn't believe was possible. So, yeah. With the moon reversed, this is a good card. It means that in 2025, people are going to perceive you as someone who doesn't worry, especially not as much as you used to. That you're starting your journey as like a carefree person, that you're starting to not give a fuck what other people think of you. And, you know, I think people are going to see you as much more confident, that nothing they can say to you really affects you, that you're like, well, I know that's not true. Like, if someone says something to you, something nasty, you're going to be like, are you talking to me? What's that? Like, you know, so I'm going to shuffle a little bit more about how are people going to perceive you in 2025. 9 of Cups. That's a great card. They're going to see you as someone who's achieving something. That you also, like, this is someone who is picking like a shooting star, like from the sky, you know. So I feel like people are going to see you make your dreams come true. That you seem to have this new willpower, you know, new motivation, that you want what you want and that you're gonna go and get it, you know? That you're daring to wish for something, daring to also maybe be a little bit more demanding towards others, like where maybe in the past you've been a little bit of an excuse for yourself, and that's gonna change. People are gonna see you as much more, you know, carefree, to the point where you can tell someone, okay, I kind of want this, I want something, I want to change this, or I want, like if you make an appointment with someone and you're like, well, actually, I know I said that that was a good date, but I'm going to change this because it doesn't fit my schedule anyways. And that's maybe something that you wouldn't do in the past, that you would be too afraid of being in the way, like kind of annoying people, or that people would consider you to be difficult, or that every time you were, you know, expressing a need or something, that was somehow the inappropriate thing to do, or that you just had to just be quiet about it. I think in 2025, people are going to perceive you as much less quiet, that you express what you need from people, you tell people what you want, and you're very unapologetic about it. You don't excuse yourself when you are expressing like a natural need, which obviously you shouldn't be apologetic about it. Like if you're hungry and you're at somebody's house, you know, there's nothing wrong with saying like, should we go get some food, or what are we going to do? Like that, where maybe in the past you would just not say anything and be like a little mouse, not really expressing any wants and needs. And I feel like in 2025 you're going to be more expressive. You're going to tell people maybe also things that you wouldn't have said in the past, like telling people maybe personal things, personal struggles that you've been through, where maybe before you suffered in silence, but in 2025 you're going to be much more open and just tell people, okay, I'm actually feeling kind of down right now, and you know, you're going to be better at that. You're going to be better at expressing emotions. I'm going to shuffle a little bit more about how are people going to perceive you in 2025. The star, they're going to see you as a star. They're going to see you as someone who is really, you know, grabbing onto your dreams. You're not hiding yourself away. You're not afraid of taking up space. You're not afraid of saying like, hey, I'm here, you know, this is me, this is who I am, I'm not going to change that, you know. And people are going to love that, because people see you as a star. People see you as someone who has star quality. And so they're going to see you like that in 2025. I don't know why, but sometimes when I see this card, I kind of get like a Björk vibe. I don't know how English people would say that name, so that like, because obviously if I say just Björk, people might not really know. The Icelandic singer, the only one, you know, or well, so you know, she had a swan dress on in some kind of red carpet thing, I don't know. And this is kind of giving me that vibe with the polar bear costume. I don't know why, but this is a good thing, because I feel like you're gonna be perceived as someone who dares to be yourself. You dare to have like a, you know, put a costume on that is maybe considered inappropriate by other people, but really brave by most people, you know. So I think people are gonna really love that you have the guts to be yourself. So yeah. I feel like you're also going to express a more playful side in 2025. I think people call her Björk or something in English or whatever. I don't know. That doesn't matter, you know, but I'm going to shuffle a little bit more. Okay, the Lovers, the Eight of Pentacles and Nine of Wands. So with the Lovers, people are going to perceive you as someone who dares to be a little bit more sensitive, you know, where maybe before you were trying to toughen up, trying to, you know, be strong and not express emotions too much because it would appear weak or something. I don't know, but I feel like that's maybe that's not at all what you were trying to do in the past, but maybe that was how it was perceived by others, that people saw you as someone who wanted to be strong, or just I think people just saw you as strong, and I think they will still see you as strong in 2025, but it's more like they're going to see you as you're finding a new strength in your weakness, in your expression of weakness, that you're starting to realize that you can be strong and weak at the same time without it having to have anything to do with each other. Like that your weakness does not take away from your strength. It doesn't really make sense when I say it like that, but I don't know. But also with the Lovers, there is a fertility thing on this card here. The woman is pregnant, as you can see with the egg here. I don't know, if you don't want a child in 2025, you know, maybe make sure to use protection. If that is absolutely not, you know, even possible for you to have a child, like if you feel like, oh, that doesn't make sense, then it's probably not about that, you know. But if you're fertile and, you know, stuff like that, make sure to use protection if you don't want a baby. But I think 2025 would not be a terrible year to have a child. Just saying. I don't know. But this is how people will perceive you in 2025. So they might just see you as fruitful, like that you're, like if you're a woman, if you're a man, maybe it's a different message, but if you're a woman, I think people will perceive you as fertile, oozing fertility. I don't know if that makes sense. But I think it's also about love, obviously. So they could they could perceive you as someone who is in love in 2025. So that might be a message for some of you that you're actually going to find somebody. Or if you're already in a relationship, I think people will perceive you as someone who's in a good relationship, you know, relationship goals, you know, couples goals or couple goals or whatever, like that. People are going to perceive you as someone who is in a healthy relationship. So with the Eight of Pentacles, people are also going to perceive you as someone who works hard, that you are someone who wants something and you're doing everything you can to achieve your goal. So that's also a part of what people will think of when they think of you in 2025, is maybe that you're going to be a little bit busy sometimes when you're, you know, working, when you're trying to achieve what you're trying to achieve. People are going to maybe feel like, oh, I'm kind of trying to get a date with you or an appointment with you, or, you know, talk to you just on the phone, and you're not really, you know, available. But I think they can see that you are doing something, and that you are, you know, growing as a person with this task that you're doing, like this job that you're doing. So they can see that you're thriving in this. So I think people excuse that. Like, people don't feel annoyed necessarily that you don't have time for them in 2025, because they know you're doing something important, you know? So but I feel like people will be calling you more. Like, with the numbers here, like, I feel like people will be using the phone a lot when they talk to you. Maybe because it's kind of hard to find time to meet up one-on-one, you know? So maybe you will have a lot of phone calls with people in 2025, you know. Some of them a little bit short because you don't have the time for it. Other times you will maybe be talking to people for 3 hours or something, you know. I feel like maybe some of you are also going to get a job where you are quite a lot on the phone, you know, where you are picking up calls all the time, you know, calling people, making arrangements, you know, that sort of job where you're very busy, always on the phone. So that could also be like a message about the type of job that you're going to have in 2025 if you don't have it already, you know. So with the Nine of Wands, I usually see this about growth, you know, because this is like kind of like a line that goes like upwards, you know, like in a business, you know, where there are these charts where you can see, oh, this is how much we sold in 2002, and this is how much we sold in 2005. This is how much we, again, and then up until now, where it's like, oh, we have actually had the best year of, you know, like our finances are best this year compared to the previous years. So I feel like there's something that you're going to be doing in terms of your job or your career where you're going to feel like it's much better this year than it has been the previous years. There's going to be growth, financial growth, you know? So that's good. So I feel like if you have your own business, this is a really good sign that 2025 is going to be a year where you really have a lot to do. You're very busy, and that's a good thing because it means that, you know, it's going well. You're thriving in your job, you know? So I'm going to shuffle some of these Gypsy Oracle cards to get a little bit more information about how are people going to perceive you in 2025. How are people going to perceive you in 2025? Okay. I don't like it, but you know, it has to be what it has to be. With the cheerfulness reversed, you know, people are maybe not, like this is someone who's at a party, you know, cheering with people, and it's reversed. And so I feel like people might perceive you as someone who's not going to parties. You know, you're maybe going to be too busy. You're not going to have the time to visit people. You know, you're maybe not, like there might be a wedding or something where you have to call in and say, you know, I can't make it because there's a lot to do and I just can't clear my schedule, sorry. Like, and of course I don't think it's a family wedding, but I feel like it might be a friend of yours. So that might cause people to feel like, you know, they're very happy for you that you're doing so well, but there is always a downside to success, and that is that, of course, there will always be a sacrifice. And that sacrifice might be your social life, that you're gonna have a hard time finding time for your friends, especially old friends, you know. I'm gonna shuffle some of these archetype cards just to get a little bit more information about how people will perceive you in 2025. Okay, Lover, and it's halfway reversed, halfway upright. It was kind of leaning towards reversed, I have to say that, but it kind of doesn't make sense because the Lovers is here, and then the Lover is kind of reversed, but you know, okay, now it makes sense. Okay, it's kind of in the same theme as the other card here, the cheerfulness card reversed. It says, like this card here, it's the shadow attribute, which is what I'm gonna read because it came out mostly reversed. So it says obsessive passion that harms others, you know, because sometimes obsessive passions can do that. Like you can have a really great passion and you're going for it, and you want to succeed, but of course there will be a sacrifice. Some people will feel like you don't have time for them and that you're not there for them. And you know, if there is somebody in your life who is going through a divorce or going through a bad breakup, or you know, someone who had like a problem with something, like maybe there was someone who broke into their house or something and they were really traumatized after that experience, and that's maybe going to happen in 2025, even though it like I'm not trying to say that I don't know what to tell you, but I feel like there might be somebody in your life who is going to be going through something in 2025, and this person is going to maybe hold a grudge against you because this person feels like they needed your help and you were not there, and that you were too busy to talk to this person when they needed someone to talk to. And maybe in your mind in 2025, you're maybe not going to realize what this person is going through. Maybe because this person is bad at expressing what they're actually going through. So you might have, you know, you might, like you're maybe going to hear the story, you know, that okay, this person had someone break into their house, that's terrifying, but at least nobody got hurt, and maybe she or he wasn't even home when it happened, and so you know, it's just material things, and maybe you're going to feel like, well, it could have been much worse, that at least nothing happened other than a few things got stolen. And so maybe you're going to think, you know, oh, this person is going to bounce right back. You know, this person is not going to be scarred forever because of this. And so you're maybe just going to move on with your life, you know, not really thinking that much about it. And then it's going to hit you when this person, you know, starts accusing you of not being there for them, that you're going to realize, oh, this actually meant more to them than you originally thought it would be. Like, or you thought it was nothing, and then it wasn't nothing, you know. But this person can also, you know, speak up and tell you what they need from you. And so it is really hard to expect, or it's not really fair to expect everybody to know what's going on in this person's mind when they're not being expressive about it. So, you know, and maybe you also kind of like, okay, so this can maybe be avoided, I guess, by maybe like me telling you that you have to be on the lookout for, you know, someone maybe wanting to talk to you more than you originally think they will, or that there is somebody who's going through something, or this person will be going through something. And if you just call this person and ask this person, like, how are you doing after this incident happened? You know, what is going on? Are you okay? That could maybe just do wonders, to just tell this person that you're there for them if they need your help, you know? So, okay. I don't know if that makes sense, but it also says self-destructive devotion. And so also remember to have yourself in it as well. Like, if you're going to be going for it, you know, if you're going to be reaching for the stars in 2025, remember to have your authentic self with you all the way. You know, don't sell out. Don't do something that isn't in alignment with your true self. So, and also remember to take time and really feel if it feels right, you know. And make sure that it doesn't turn self-destructive. I don't know how you can make sure that won't happen, but maybe by, you know, taking a break sometimes and, you know, take a step back and maybe observe it a little bit more from an objective point of view. Try to see, like, what's going on here. Is this, like, am I overworking myself? Is this gonna bite me in the butt? Am I gonna burn out by doing this? Should I be working 15 hours every day, or should I maybe slow down, you know? That sort of thing. Like, maybe it's good to kind of feel the waters a little bit. And so, yeah. But that's also how other people, okay, so that's how other people perceive you. And so even if it isn't self-destructive, it might be considered self-destructive by others, because they feel like if they were in your place, they would not be able to take it. Like, they would feel uncomfortable doing all of this, or they would feel burned out if they worked so much. So of course that is their perspective, and it might not be yours, and you might be able to do it, and you're gonna be fine with doing it. I feel like there really isn't that much of a risk of this turning self-destructive. I don't think so. I just feel like there are people who sometimes have like a concern that might not truly be a concern, but more someone from the outside who is looking at you trying to achieve your dreams and being a little bit jealous or feeling like they can't completely be happy on your behalf because they feel like you're maybe exceeding them a little bit, and so they feel like they have to voice their concern to you and be like, oh, but remember to, you know, rest and calm down and don't do too much, don't you know, that could be like someone who's just not necessarily on your side in this, but maybe this person is genuinely concerned. I don't know. But I feel like for the most part in 2025 people are going to have a very good perception of you. So yeah, that's all I have for you, group number 1. I hope this reading was helpful, and have a great day, and bye. Hello, group number 2. You chose the Mystical Medleys tarot deck, and I'm going to start with some channeling, and then I'm going to shuffle the cards for you. So I'm going to do the channeling now. So Spirit, can you answer this question for group number 2, the people who will choose group number 2? How will people perceive group number 2 in 2025? Funny. People are going to perceive you as funny. People are going to see you more, like people are going to see more of your true self in 2025. People are going to really appreciate that you're showing people your true personality, which I feel like you've been sitting on it. I don't know why, but I feel like many of you hide who you truly are. Like you don't show people that you're funny, for instance. And I don't know what you're afraid of, or if it's even a fear, or if it's just you being very humble, so you don't want to make jokes because you don't want people to pay attention to you, or like you're not looking for people's validation, or I don't know, but I feel like you're sometimes robbing people from the experience of really experiencing you, experiencing who you truly are. And so I feel like up until now you haven't really exposed yourself, and I know that's not the right word to use, but you know, exposed your true personality. It's like it's just there is a barrier, and I don't know why that barrier is there. I feel like many of you have social media accounts, you know, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, I don't know, but you don't post anything. I feel like you're very, very private people. Like if I was to look at your social media accounts right now, I would not be able to say anything about your personality based on what you've been posting, what pictures you've posted, or anything. Like it wouldn't tell me anything about you. And I feel like many of you haven't posted anything on social media since maybe 2016 or maybe 2012 or something. Like I feel like it's such a long time ago, and you've just been kind of, maybe you've been off the grid, something like that. Maybe you just haven't been using social media, but I feel like that's actually not the case for the majority of you. I feel like you use social media every day, but you just don't post anything. like you don't repost anything, you don't share anything. You might even be apprehensive when it comes to liking things, because you don't want other people to know that you liked a post. Or like, oh, you're afraid that somebody's going to see that you found this funny, like this video funny, because somehow that would reflect on back on you. And I don't know, like I feel like some of you are very private and very, very afraid that people are going to know what you find funny and what you don't find funny, and just figuring out who you are, that you want to be some kind of mystery to people. I don't know, but I feel like in 2025 you're going to expose your personality. You're going to show people how funny you are, and people are going to love it. People are going to love seeing the real you, the authentic you. Okay, how will people perceive you in 2025? I'm going to ask the cards. 10 of Pentacles and Strength. So people are going to see you as very strong, you know. People are going to perceive you as also Leo. Like this is Leo energy with the Strength card. And, you know, I'm sensing that you're going to be more in the center of attention. You're going to allow yourself to be you and show people who you are. And, you know, you're not going to be afraid of the spotlight. You're not going to be afraid of people paying attention to you. And I feel like you're going to get through that barrier where you're not going to hide. And you're not just going to blend in with the furniture. So yeah. But people are also going to see you as more confident, you know. And with the 10 of Pentacles, people are going to see you as as a family person. Okay, so I feel like you're going to be maybe spending more time with your family as well. And people are going to see you with children, like spending time with children. I don't know if it's your own children or if it's somebody else's children, but I feel like there will be some times where you're going to be, you know, perceived by others as someone who is good with children, and that you're funny. You know, you can make children laugh. You can also make adults laugh, but you have maybe a more, like, I feel like you're actually more natural around children than you are around adults. You have maybe a little bit less of that anxiety that you might have when you're around adults, where you don't really know what they're going to think. You know, you're maybe afraid of making a joke around adults, even though you're the most hilarious person. I don't know why you would be afraid of that. But I feel like when you're, like, I feel like especially if you're going to be spending more time in 2025 with children, maybe your brother's children or your sister's children or your own children, like that is going to heal something in you. Because I feel like the more the more you open up to these children, the more you're going to feel comfortable opening up to adults. Maybe it's going to heal your inner child. I feel like you have an inner child that is screaming at you and really, really, really trying to get through, because this is what you're maybe hiding. That's the inner child. You're locking your inner child away because you don't want people to really see the real you. You don't want people to meet your inner child. So you're trying to just blend in with the furniture, not really making any jokes, not posting anything on social media because you're afraid of regretting it, and you just want to have like a serious social media presence where it's professional. It's not something that's going to bite you in the ass if you're applying for a job and your manager looks at your Facebook and finds out that you were stupid when you were younger or something, that you've cleared. I feel like you have actually cleared most of your Facebook history so that nobody can find anything out about you. And that there's nothing wrong with doing that. I feel like it's actually smart enough. But then there are many people who just don't care, and I really love that. I love that about people, that, you know, that's such a wonderful skill to have, to be like, okay, I have like 100 stupid pictures of me when I was 12 years old. I don't care, like that, you know. But I've also cleared my Facebook history. I did that mostly because I was scared that, you know, that it was gonna leak into my professional life at some point. I just didn't want any breadcrumbs, or like you know, not I know breadcrumbs means something different in modern times, but I just didn't want to leave a trail after me. So I guess I can actually see a lot of myself in you guys, and I don't want any of you to say that I'm projecting, you know, because just because I can see myself in you doesn't mean that this reading is only about me, you know, that I'm just picking up on things about myself. Like, no. Someone said that in the comments once, and I'm just insecure about it, I guess. But you know, but what I'm trying to say, so let's get to the point, is that I feel like in 2025 you're going to be much more daring. You're going to be more like, you're going to show people more of who you are, even if you feel like, oh, I'm going to regret this later. But then I think you're going to do it anyways, and then okay, then just live with the shame of maybe, you know, regretting it. But I feel like you're afraid of regretting. I feel like many of you are afraid that something is going to haunt you. Like that if you do something silly, you're going to look back on it 5 years from now and you're going to cringe over it. But that's not a way to live, you know? But I'm going to shuffle a little bit more about how do people, like, this is actually like what I was kind of looking at with this card here, is that there's like a child here, and the child has a booger in his nose, and you know, that is the carefree feeling that I'm getting, that feeling of, you know, you're just gonna be, you're not gonna really care. Okay, maybe this is gonna be embarrassing later, but I'm just living here. I'm just living my best life, petting my dog, and I don't care if I have a booger. Like that I feel like that's the energy that I'm sensing for 2025, is that you're gonna be more unapologetic You're not going to cringe over yourself. You're not going to be embarrassed by the silliest, smallest things, you know? And you're also going to be able to laugh at yourself. And you've always had that ability. And I feel like people have always loved that about you. But I feel like sometimes, even though you have that ability to laugh at yourself, you still try to avoid situations where you're going to have to laugh at yourself because of it. You know, that you're trying to avoid embarrassing yourself. And maybe missing out on life because of your fear of embarrassment. And remember that, you know, you are so good at spinning it in a funny way and just telling people, you know, about it and being like making it into a joke. So if you're embarrassing yourself, the only cure, and you know this because you've done this a lot, is to make fun of it. Like have a laugh at what you did. And then it's not going to haunt you in that way that you're afraid it's going to, you know. Like if you take a picture of, or if you get a picture taken by somebody else and you have a booker, you know, make that your profile picture. You know, own the joke. Take it. Make it your, like, make it a funny thing that people are going to be looking at you and be like, that's the level of guts that I wish I had. You know, that's the level of funny I wish I could be, you know. And so, but I feel like people are definitely going to look up to you in 2025. They're going to see you as someone who is, you know, much more unapologetic. You're going to show people a carefree, you know, a carefree way of being. And people are just going to find you hilarious. I'm just getting that really strongly coming through, that people are going to perceive you as really fucking funny. You know, you should do this as a career. You should find a way, like find an outlet for your humor, and so that you can monetize on it, because you have to. You know, this is definitely, at least this is what's going to define you in 2025. It's fucking being hilarious, you know. So okay, with the Judgment, people are going to see you as someone who has like been like what's it called, like been through a transformation. You're going to have like a rebirth. People are going to see you as a whole, not a whole new person, but people are going to see you as some, like, they're going to see your energy as changed. You've shifted your energy, and you're starting to be much more you. And that's what people are going to love about you, is that you're going to be more you in 2025. And for some of you, you have already been very much you in the past, but I feel like for some years you've been kind of trying not to be that much yourself as you used to be, because maybe you felt like, oh, this was not it, or something. But it always was. If anybody had a problem with you being too much you, that person was never meant to be in your life, because that person just didn't like you. And that's okay. Some people don't like other people. Like we can't like everyone, and that's okay. But for someone to not like you, but insist on being a part of your life, it's only because this person wants to break you down. Otherwise, this person would not be a part of your life. This person would just be like, okay, I don't like you, I'm just going to walk away. Like that. So, I feel like you had somebody who was not a supporter of you being your authentic self. That is not the energy that you want in your life, because you need to surround yourself with people who want you to be you. And there's a lot of people out there who wants just that. So if you were in a toxic relationship with someone who didn't want you to shine because it somehow made them feel insecure about their presence being too small, because they felt like your presence was too big, and so they made it out as a problem that you had, that you were too much or something. But you know, that's just because they were too little, you know. That's just, you know, their problem. And I feel like you have somehow kind of gotten yourself away from that situation, because at least in 2025, I feel like that's going to be in the past. That's not going to be what's going to define you in 2025. So yeah. With the Five of Pentacles, this is the outsider card, and it actually fits very well, because I feel like in 2025, people are going to perceive you as someone who has that Aquarius energy. You don't have to be an Aquarius, but it's kind of that outlandish, foreign energy that is interesting, it's spicy, it's exotic, it's kind of new and interesting, original. It's very you know, it's just a very good special energy that people are going to see you in. Like that people are going to see you in that energy, and people are going to perceive you as someone who is not like everybody else. People are going to see you as a little bit weird, but in a good way, because the weird part makes it interesting. And so, yeah. And, you know, I can tell that maybe some of you have not always felt like the weird parts of you were necessarily your superpower. Like maybe some of you have felt like it was your downfall, like that it has caused some issues in your life, that some people have seen you as someone who stood out and because, you know, especially children, if one person stands out from the crowd, that's a reason to bully the person. And, you know, when you grow up and become an adult, you realize that, you know, this characteristic that you had that stood out, that's actually the thing that you need to emphasize, because that's what makes you stand out from the crowd. And you have to stand out in order to be noticed, in order to do something that isn't what everybody else is doing. Like, because what's the fun in that? What is like that? People don't want what they already have. People want something that they don't have. People want to meet someone that isn't like themselves, because what would be the fun in meeting someone who's exactly like everybody else? Like, so I think that is definitely what you need to emphasize, and I think people will see you emphasizing that, because this is about the perception of others in 2025, and I feel like people are going to see you standing out from the crowd, allowing yourself to be your authentic self, allowing yourself to take space, and, you know, and being too much or being too, you know, extravagant, or, you know, daring to sometimes wear something that, you know, that might make you stand out also. And I think people are going to just love that about you. That you're not like everybody else. So, yeah. I'm going to shuffle some of these Gypsy Oracle cards about how will people perceive you in 2025. Okay, these cards came out halfway reversed, halfway upright. I'm gonna just see it as upright because it was a tie. I feel like it. So with the consolation card, this card here, you know, I'm sensing that people are going to see you as someone who's good at consoling others, that you're very good at making yourself the butt of the joke, but you know, in a way that makes it like, because if someone needs to be the butt of the joke, then the noble thing would be to make oneself the butt of the joke, you know, instead of making somebody else the butt of the joke. And I feel like people are going to see you as someone who would throw yourself under the bus to make another person feel better. Like that you're maybe also someone that is just naturally very good at consoling people. You know, if someone is going through something, if someone feels embarrassed because they had an incident or they had something happen that, you know, that is very cringy, or like they did something, they said the wrong word and it was kind of like a Freudian slip and they feel really embarrassed that they accidentally said something, like said something sexual or something instead of another word, and maybe said it in a setting where it wasn't very good, you know, that they might have said it at an exam or something, and they might tell you that because they feel comfortable. I feel like people are very comfortable telling you about embarrassing things that happen to them. And it's because you have a presence that makes people feel comfortable. You know, people can trust you. People feel like you don't judge them. And you're very good at relating to people and telling people, oh, you shouldn't be embarrassed about that because last week I accidentally said this to someone who was much more embarrassing, you know. You're very good at topping a story without making it about yourself, but in a way where it's like you're saying that you're telling a story that is throwing yourself under the bus because you're telling something that was really embarrassing, and, you know, making light of it both heals yourself by telling that story, but also heals the other person because they can see that, you know, they're not the only one saying embarrassing stuff sometimes, and they're not the only one who has been in a situation where they had an accident, you know, or something like a bathroom accident or something like that kind of thing, where, you know, people come to you for consolation because they know that either you're gonna, you know, top the story and making them feel better, or you're just so good at, you know, good at helping them out of it, good at talking them out of it, you know, making them feel like they shouldn't be embarrassed. I don't know what I'm trying to say here, I'm kind of fumbling with this, but you know, what I'm saying is that in 2025, people are going to just see you as someone they can relate to. You know, you're very relatable and you're very likable, you know. And with the melancholy card reversed, people are not going to see you as melancholic. People are going to see you as, you know, more happy, more joyful, that you seem like you're kind of out of the tunnel, you know. Things are not so dark anymore. And I feel like you have been through some dark ages, you know, like the last few years have been pretty dark. And so I feel like 2025, it's going to seem much lighter, and people are going to see you as lighter. You seem more positive, more happy, more joyful, you know. Yeah. So I'm going to shuffle one of these archetype cards. I'm maybe going to regret it. I don't know why, but it's just because this reading is starting to become a bit long. So this has to be, you know, a quick answer. So how are people going to perceive? Okay, with the Poet reversed, it says turns a lyric gift to negative or destructive effect. People might see you as someone who curses a lot, you know, and even though there's nothing wrong with cursing, or maybe some, like, people have different opinions. I bet people also perceive me as someone who swears too much. And some people don't mind, other people have an opinion about it. And, you know, you can't make everybody happy. You have to go with your gut feeling. And like sometimes, like if a swear word feels right, if it feels like, you know, you can't let that, or you can't leave it out, because it's not gonna, like the sentence is not going to make sense without it. Like if you feel like, you know, you need to put emphasis on a word, so you have to put a swear word in front of it, because otherwise people won't know exactly what you're feeling, you know. That's okay. But again, there are some people who don't always love that, you know. There are very religious people who have an issue with that. So maybe sometimes it's about knowing your audience, but also, you know, if you have an audience, and this is a message for a very few of you, if you do something like theater, like if you're a playwright, if you're a comedian, if you are someone who has a platform where you use comedy or something like that, and if you feel like that is your brand, like that you have a brand that is maybe a little bit more edgy, you know, you want to swear because it makes sense to you, it makes sense to the style that you're trying to achieve, then go for it, you know, because you can't make everybody happy anyways. So there will always be people who don't like what you're doing, but then there are plenty other people who will love what you're doing. So, you know, do what feels right. So, yeah. I'm going to end the reading here. So thank you for watching. Have a great day and bye. Hello, group number 3. You chose the Omegaland Tarot deck. And I'm going to start with some channeling, and then I'm going to shuffle the cards for you. So I'm going to do the channeling now. So Spirit, can you answer this question for group number 3, the people who will choose group number 3? How will people perceive group number 3 in 2025. They're going to perceive you as a bit of a mystery. That you're a mysterious person. You're someone who doesn't open up very easily. You seem a little bit withdrawn, a little bit closed off. And I feel like this is something that's gonna repeat itself in 2025, because I feel like this has also been the perception that you've had in the years before 2025. You know, this year, last year, the year before that, and the year before that. And you know, maybe even since you were like 11 or something, that you've maybe had a little bit of that, you know, shyness to you, that you've been very shy and withdrawn. I don't know. And so I feel like this is something that people are gonna continue perceiving you as a shy, introverted person. So yeah, which is not a bad thing. Sometimes it's good to keep people guessing. Sometimes it can even make people more interested in you when they feel like there's like a mystery to solve, you know, that it can be a plus, you know. Okay, so how are people going to perceive you in 2025? Okay, Queen of Coins reversed, 10 of Wands, and 9 of Coins. So I'm going to show you the cards. So this card here, it's the 9 of Coins here, and the 10 of Wands, and Queen of Coins reversed. So with the Queen of Coins reversed, I'm sensing that people might see you as someone who is not that much at home. Or maybe it's because you're going to be moving somewhere, or that you're going to be starting something new. And so the people who you are currently involved with, or currently friends with, or, you know, seeing, if you're seeing some people on a friendly basis, and seeing them often, you know, every weekend or every other day or something like that, it might change in 2025. You might see less to the people that you usually see very often. So these people might feel like, oh, in 2025 something has shifted and it seems like you're not really, you know, available anymore. And I feel like it's because you're going to be starting something new. And I'm also getting this feeling that a lot of the new perceptions in 2025 are going to be new people. Like new people who are going to meet you for the first time in 2025. And I feel like that's also a part of why there is this shyness that's coming through, that people see you as a shy person, because I feel like you come across as very shy at first, and then when you start trusting a person, you open up a lot more. So I feel like you're going to be meeting new people, and maybe you're going to be neglecting some people from the past, you know. And that's maybe necessary, because sometimes we need to, you know, make up space for new people to arrive. So we have to kind of, you know, get some people maybe in the back of the line so that you can meet new people. But of course there might be some people who feel like, oh, we used to be in touch so often, we used to talk on the phone for 3 hours every week, and then suddenly you're just not really, you know, you're not really available, you're not reachable. It's something like that. So yeah. it could also be your family. Like if you are spending a lot of time with your family right now, they might be used to that, and of course they might have been a little bit spoiled because you didn't have to spend so much time with them, but you have been doing that because you wanted to. But you know, you get used to that sort of thing, and so I think they have gotten used to that. They feel like it would be strange not to have you around all the time, but I think they have that ambivalence where they feel like, okay, but they also have to let go because you also have to live your life. So I'm sensing that for some of you. Of course, for others of you, it might not resonate if you don't have that much of a relationship with your family. Like, I don't know, like, but I feel like for many of you, you actually have a very tight relationship with your family. Some of you might even live with family members at the moment. I'm not sure if it's going to resonate with the majority of you, but I don't really care, because this is still a message that will reach some people. And I feel like, you know, every time we, you know, decide to live together with our family, of course it creates like a little bit of that, you know, bubble, where that bubble, it's always sad when that bubble bursts, you know. So, okay. With the 10 of Wands, I feel like you're going to be busy. You're going to be busy with something new. Like, it is a new thing that's going to be happening. I don't know if it's a new job or if you're going to be starting a new education or something, but you're definitely going to be busy. And busy with new people, you know? So people are going to perceive you as busy. You're not that easy to reach. And that is probably also in contrast to how it was before. If you were really easy to reach before, people are going to get annoyed when they have to wait for a few hours for you to text back. And that is, you know, silly, because most people don't text back right away. But I think they are just so used to you doing that. So yeah, I feel like it's actually a good thing that you're starting to prioritize other things and not being so, you know, available, I guess. Like, people don't, like, it's not a good thing that people get that idea that they can just call you and you're gonna drop everything you have in your hands and just come running to the rescue, you know. That is, like, it's not good for anyone to, you know, to have to uphold that sort of thing. Like, it takes a lot of time from you. It makes you, you know, sacrifice. It's like a way of self-sacrificing, and putting everybody else first. And I think in 2025, I think you're going to be less fixated on being a people pleaser, and more like, I think you're going to be more focused on your career or something like that. So yeah. But some people might see you as withdrawn because of that. Like, oh, why have this person withdrawn from us? Like, why? Like, what happened? And they're going to be asking themselves that, or they're going to be asking people around them, like, why are you not as, I don't know, like, why are you not as social? I think you've never been that social, but I think maybe you've been more social in the past, and maybe you're starting to just, you know, see other priorities. Like, there are other things that you might have to do, and, you know, it just seems like you're gonna be busy. Okay, so with the 9 of Coins, here, 9 of Pentacles. I feel like you're going to be very independent, and people are going to see you as very independent. You do things yourself. You can, you know, like there are these cans here on the card here, and this woman, she can just, you know, open them up herself. Like she doesn't need anybody to help her. She's doing everything on her own, and I think that's what people are going to perceive you as, like a very independent, self-sufficient person. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to shuffle some of these Gypsy Oracle cards just to get a little bit more information on how people will perceive you in 2025. Money. Okay, so people are going to see you as successful, that you're doing something where you're prioritizing your finances or your career, that you seem to be doing something good for yourself and for your future, and yeah, that you're working towards financial stability. But they might also see you as someone who has money, you know. And so if you don't have money right now, then that is a good sign that in 2025 you're going to find a way to make money. And so that's good. I'm going to shuffle a little bit more about how are people going to perceive you in 2025. Okay, pleasure seekers reversed. So they're maybe not going to see you as someone who's seeking pleasure. And so maybe you're going to be saying no to parties, you know, going to some parties that you're going to be invited to. Maybe because you just feel like, you know, there are more pressing things to do, things that you can't just keep pushing into the future. Like you have to just do it. And so there might be some times where someone is making a plan that is kind of like it's bad timing for you, and so you're gonna cancel on that plan because it just doesn't fit into your schedule. And I feel like that's okay, but I think the person who is planning the party might feel like you're prioritizing everything else over this person, and that this person is going to feel like you're maybe even purposely trying to avoid them, which I feel like you have to clear out somehow. Like you have to make this person know that it's not anything personal, it's just because you don't have time for it. But you know, yeah. I'm gonna shuffle some of these archetype cards just to get a little bit more information on how are people gonna perceive you in 2025. Father. Oh, okay, so if you're a man, and if you're not a father right now, there might be a chance that in 2025 something happens. Of course, if you don't want that to happen, then, you know, use protection. But this, like, I don't know, like, they might also just perceive you as a father figure, like as a role model, as someone who is, you know, doing your duty, and someone, like, even if you're a woman, this could just mean that people perceive you as, you know, as someone who is more business rather than pleasure, someone who's more focused on, you know, doing right by others, someone who's not a gossip, someone who is minding your own business, someone who is taking life a little bit more seriously now than maybe before, when you were maybe wandering between different things, not really making the final choice in your life, maybe trying different things out without really finding your your shelf. Even though shell can still be something like finding that thing, that missing link, and you've maybe been looking for that for a while, and then I'm just sensing in 2025 you're going to be finding that missing link. You're going to be finding your shelf. You're going to be finding that spot in your life where you just want to be. Like, you want to be there. You want to form a life here. You want to be, like, you want to settle down and create a foundation and, you know, start building something that is your own, you know. And yeah, the Father card, it says talent for creating and supporting life, positive guiding life, positive guiding light within a tribal unit. Okay, so I'm sensing that people, okay, this is quite interesting. I feel like the people who already know you, they see you as a lighthouse. They see you as someone that they can go to for advice, for help. You know, you're very helpful, and you have been very helpful to the people around you for many years. In 2025, that's not going to be different. You're just going to be prioritizing yourself also. So you're still going to be available for people if they ask you for something, but you're not going to be dropping everything that you have in your hands just to help someone. You're going to be, you know, I feel like maybe you're going to have some influence from another person who's going to tell you to focus on yourself, not, you know, not sacrifice everything for another person, you know, especially a person who wouldn't do the same to you, you know, or same for you. So yeah, and I feel like the perception that people who already know you will have of you in 2025 is that they're going to be seeing you as the person that they can look at when they're in a conversation, you know, with other people around. And if there are other people that they don't know or that you don't know, and then this is really complicated to tell. Like, I don't know, like it's complicated to try to explain this. But, you know, when you're in a conversation, I'm just seeing a conversation between like 5, 6, 7 people. And, you know, it's maybe like a dinner party or something. But it's not a party. It's just a little get together. And I'm seeing someone who is a friend of yours who's kind of looking towards you for just to see your facial expressions, because sometimes when they're saying something and they don't really know if what they're saying is accurate or what they're saying is stupid, or, you know, then they look at you and they're like, they can kind of see based on your facial expressions, if they are in the right conversation, like if they're talking about the right thing, or if what they're saying is factually correct or something, like they can see it on your face. And so I feel like people who already know you, they use you as kind of like a guiding light, you know, that they can look at you for guidance because your face is very expressive, and so they always know what you're thinking. Like they don't have to have like verbal communication, they can have non-verbal communication with you. And I think people really love that about you, that they can always tell, that your face is very telling, you know. Okay, so but they might also feel like that's so sad if you're not there, you know? Like if they invite you to a party and you're not in the gathering, then they are missing that person who is their lighthouse, the person that they can look at for, you know, for help if they're reaching for something in a conversation, when they feel like. And I feel like you always, like, you might also sometimes, you know, kind of voice something out without using your voice, you know, like using your mouth to kind of I don't know, like I can't really tell what this is about, but I feel like you're good at mimicking the answer if someone is trying to figure something out, not really finding the right word or not really finding the right information in their head, and they're kind of trying to figure it out. They can look at you for guidance. Like right now, I wish I had a person like that who could kind of help me out with this conversation that I'm having with you, because I'm kind of lost on words. Like I don't know what to say sometimes. I feel like sometimes I'm stuck on a word and I'm trying to move on, but I can't, because I need that person, a person like you who can, you know, help me out. So I feel like people love that about you, and they're going to perceive you that way as well in 2025. So, okay, with the monk nun here, it says selfless devotion and single-minded dedication to spirit. So I think people are also going to perceive you as someone who is, you know, selfless. So that is still going to be there. Like you're not going to be able to shake that off. You are a very selfless person. That is a part of your nature. But I feel like there is going to be progress in, you know, and there's nothing wrong with being selfless, obviously. But I feel like sometimes you might get, like, you might get out of your own way, kind of, and, you know, you might have some plans and then you cancel those plans because somebody calls you and needs your help. And, you know, I feel like sometimes it's not good for you to always be so selfless. And also, I feel like sometimes you're so selfless, and so like you don't have very much ego in you. Like you're beyond the ego. You seem to have somehow kind of intertwined into the spirit to the point where you're very zen, where you're very, you know, you live a very beautiful life and you have a very beautiful spirit also within you. But sometimes I feel like people don't quite know you because you don't seem to, like, you're not here like trying to grow your ego, make everybody know who you are. like trying to identify as like you're not that there's anything wrong with that, but I think you're not trying to constantly remake yourself, recreate yourself, and fabricating a narration of yourself. You're more like you're living for others, but you're also living for yourself in some ways, but you're not really telling people who you are. And that's what makes people feel like, oh, they don't quite know you. But I feel like the defining factors that people are looking for, they don't necessarily matter that much, because it can also be, a defining factor about a person that a person is helpful and, selfless. So sometimes I just think people need like something else, like something more, that they have to have, like they have to be able to put you in a category. And if they can't put you in a category, they feel like, oh, I don't know this person is a mystery. But I don't know. Like you can, like what is wrong with just existing? Like why do we always have to, be something, be someone? Like what? Why do we have to have a title? Why do we have to have something? It just. But I feel like this is maybe going to be hard in the beginning when you are going to be meeting new people. Maybe during summertime or something. I don't know when you're going to be meeting these new people in your life in 2025, but you're going to be meeting a group of people, maybe 20, 25 new people that you're going to be spending a lot of time with. And they're going to be asking you, who are you? Like, what do you do? What do you like to do in your spare time? And they're going to be asking all these questions, and I think you're going to be having a hard time, defining yourself to them. And so, like, it's always kind of awkward when people ask you, like, who are you? Or can you make a presentation of yourself or something like that? It's always especially when they ask, like, can you tell something funny about yourself, or something quirky, or something interesting that nobody knows about you, or something. Like when people go out of their own way to ask the most obnoxious questions. I'm just saying that I feel like often the beginning stages of like meeting new people, it just feels so fake sometimes, because can't we just exist together? Do we have to introduce ourselves to everyone? Like, I don't know. But I feel like this is maybe something that you're going to have a little bit of a hard time with in the beginning, when you meet these new people in 2025, that they are going to want to get to know you, and you're going to be kind of fed up with explaining who you are to these people. So, yeah. But I feel like people are going to have a good perception of you. They're just going to have a hard time getting to know you. It's just that, like, they're going to feel like they don't quite know enough about you than they want to. Like, they want to know everything, and they're going to ask you about everything, and you're going to sometimes feel like you just don't have an answer. And that's okay. You don't have to. Like, you're not obligated to answer everything, But I think people are, mostly gonna find you to be a very respectable person, very honorable. You're gonna have like a little bit of that, people take you seriously when they meet you, you have an aura about you that people find kind of like it kind of seems like an authority figure, like that you're gonna, like, even if you're not an authority figure, people have that feeling that, you know, that you have something about you that make them respect you. So, kind of like a father, you know? Even if you are a woman, you can still have that fatherly way of, you know, earning people's respect without really doing anything, you know? So, but if you are a father, then I feel like you're just going to be, you're going to be perceived as a father if you are a father. Like, that makes sense. I don't know. But there could also be something about your father that people are going to be, you know, thinking about when they think of you. You know, that if you tell a story about your father, if your father passed away or something, that could be something that new people who are going to meet you for the first time, they're going to consider that to be a defining factor, a defining part of your personality, that they're going to see you as a person who has been through something difficult, something that has shaped you as a person, and so they're going to take that into account as well when they form their perception of you, if that makes sense. So, yeah. But I'm going to end the reading here. So, thank you for watching and have a great day, and bye. Hello, group number 4. You chose this Das Märchen-Tarot, and I'm going to start with some channeling, and then I'm going to shuffle the cards for you. So I'm going to do the channeling now. So Spirit, can you answer this question for group number 4, the people who will choose group number 4? How will people perceive group number 4 in 2025? Okay, they're going to see you embracing who you are. They're going to perceive you as someone who is leaning more into your personality and letting people in on the joke. Not that you're a joke, but the joke. Like, if you're thinking of a joke, you're going to be actually telling the joke to people instead of just keeping it inside and just giggling over it in your head, you know? I feel like there has been so many times where you have been thinking of the best joke ever and it has just not passed your lips, you know? You have not told it at the time where it would have been so hilarious, you know, for other people to be in on the joke. But, you know, I think there has been a lot of times where you have been filtering yourself, not really showing people who you truly are and how funny you actually are, because you've not been comfortable enough, or maybe just been too afraid of bombing, you know, that you're going to be telling a joke and people are not going to get it, or that you're going to have to explain the joke, and then it's just going to, you know, like the joke is just going to be suffocated in all the explanation and it's just going to die, you know. And maybe you've also just been afraid that, you know, sometimes it's not the right audience. Like, are these people even people who would find me funny? Like, you know, maybe you've had all those thoughts, like you've been overthinking it without really just taking a leap, you know, and just If it lands, it lands. If people don't get it, they don't get it. That's okay. Whatever. Like, and I feel like you're gonna have that more in 2025. That carelessness, that you can just tell a joke, and if people don't get it, they don't get it, and that's okay, you know. But there is a good chance that they actually will get it, and then they're going to find you really funny. And so I think the risk is worth the reward, you know, even if the reward is not going to be there. Like, it's still a risk that is worth it. So so yeah, I feel like people are also going to perceive you as just becoming more and more you. And to you, this is not something that you're going to be feeling, because you are already you, you know. You know who you are. All the things that are defining factors in your personality, these are all things that you are aware of. You know this. This has always defined you in your mind. This has always been the perception that you've had of yourself, you know. So you've always known that you're a funny person. You've always known that you're a smart person. You've always known that you're an interesting and skillful, talented person, but you've just not let people in on it. Like, you've not introduced that side of you that much to other people, or maybe you have, but I feel like it hasn't been completely apparent to others how you perceive yourself, like, or this perception that you have of yourself, this person that you are on the inside. It has not really been, you know, apparent, and it is going to be more apparent in 2025, where people are going to see the real you. And you're going to be introducing them to these defining factors that you've been hiding away because of shame or because of fear of judgment, you know, things that you've been interested in, hobbies that you've had that you didn't want people to know you had. Like, maybe you played chess and you don't want people to know that you play chess because you don't want people to think that you're arrogant and obnoxious or whatever. And maybe all these things are just gonna, like, I think you're gonna be more open. You're gonna just reveal everything about you to others. And so, yeah. I'm gonna shuffle and see what the cards have to say. About how people will perceive you in 2025. Okay. Ace of Wands. So people are going to perceive you as someone who's very original, someone who has a lot of original thoughts and ideas. They're going to see you as a passionate person, someone who has a lot of passions that you're sharing with them. Yeah. They're also going to perceive you as a creative person. So how are people going to perceive you in 2025? Okay. 10 of Wands, but it's reversed. So this is someone who is limited by the wands around her. If you see this card upright, it's like these wands are here all the way around her. I think people are going to perceive you as someone who doesn't have that protective shield around you anymore. It seems like you're more an open book in 2025. It's like you're not adamant every time someone asks you a question. You're not someone who is overthinking everything you say and really calculating like what is the proper thing to say and what should I keep hidden so that people don't judge me. You know, I feel like this has also something to do with content. I don't know if some of you create content on the internet, like on YouTube or on TikTok or Instagram or something like that. Of course, I know it's the minority of you, it's not everybody, but I feel like for those of you who do that, I think in 2025 you're not going to be caring about, you know, creating content that are going to make people happy, you know, make people like you, even though that's also a part of it. But I think you're going to be more focused on, you know, showing people who you are, what makes you you, you know, creating things that make you happy, you know, creating things that you enjoy doing, enjoy creating, without constantly filtering yourself and, you know, thinking, oh, I shouldn't talk about this because people are going to get the wrong idea about it or whatever, or that they're going to judge me or think that I'm this kind of person if I say this or whatever. Like, I feel like you're going to be more acceptant of who you are, and you're going to expect that same acceptance from others. So, yeah. I'm going to shuffle a little bit more. The fox is here. So, you know the song, you know the kind of stupid song, you know, what does the fox say? I know it, like I shouldn't be talking about cringy things, even though it's just more cringy when I say it's cringy, because we all love the song. Like what's wrong with the song? But I'm just like the whole song is about like nobody knows what the fox says, like what nobody knows, and that is how I feel you have been for a long time, is that people haven't really known, you know, what is your voice in this? Like what do you actually think? Like sometimes you've been very diplomatic and just said, oh, like you maybe just agreed with people sometimes when maybe you didn't agree with them, but you just wanted to keep the peace. And maybe sometimes you've acted like like you cared about the things that other people cared about, just, you know, because you wanted to be a part of that friend group. And so maybe they did some things together and maybe it wasn't your favorite things to do, but you did it anyways because, you know, why even bother? Like sometimes it's just easier to just go with the flow. But I feel like in 2025 you're going to be more picky. You're going to be like, well, I don't actually like doing this. This is actually not really doing anything for me. To me, this is actually super boring to do. Like this, I have absolutely zero interest in this. So I'm going to be doing something else. Like, and I feel like people are actually going to consider this to be, you know, an interesting development. That you're choosing yourself a little bit more. Of course, there might be some people who might consider you to be bratty or that you're starting to become more bratty. And I'm also hearing brat summer, so I don't know. But that's the thing, is that, you know, people have not had a good perception of who you truly were. And, you know, every time they asked you, what do you like to eat for dinner or something, I think people have just, you know, you've just told people that you don't care, or that you can just eat whatever the other people want to eat, that you don't have an opinion or something. And this has, of course, made people kind of feel like, oh, you're a little bit of a mystery. You just seem to adapt to the group. You just adapt to the things that other people want to do, and you're just following. You're not You're not leading. You're following whatever the others want to do. And of course, this could be a perception that you had, like that people had of you when you were maybe a teenager. Like, I'm not saying that this is necessarily how people have perceived you, like, in the last few years. I don't know, but I feel like this has been something that has haunted you for a while, that people maybe also still put you in that category of, oh, this person doesn't mind, this person doesn't care, we can just do whatever, and this person is not going to have a problem with it. That you've been very problem free, and that people have gotten very used to that. So of course, when you start rebelling against this perception that people have of you, and actually start demanding something, or saying, okay, I actually don't want to do this, I don't want to eat this, or I don't want to go on this vacation, because I feel like maybe we could, like, maybe this year we could maybe try another destination instead of doing the same thing that we always do. And I think, of course, that can be considered bratty, but I think it's still, I feel like the ones who perceive it as bratty, I don't think they necessarily mean it in a bad way. I feel like it could be like a family member who's kind of fucking with you, and kind of being like, I don't think this person is being serious, because I'm not getting a bratty energy from you whatsoever. I just feel like this is maybe like a joke, I think. Okay, I'm going to shuffle a little bit more about what's the perception going to be of you in 2025. Okay, so 2 of Swords. So I think people are going to perceive you as very harmonious, that you're starting to seem very, you know, very zen, like very balanced. I don't know why I feel like that has not always been the perception, but I feel like people have, like, even though you've always been problem free, I think people have always perceived you as maybe someone who was a little bit troubled sometimes. Not that you were troubled to anyone, but that you were just kind of getting in your own way, you know, that you were your own worst enemy, and that you were the only barrier, that everybody else really like you, and you have liked you always. Like, that has always been, you know, that there has always been an acceptance of who you are. I think you've been afraid that that acceptance wasn't there, or that people would judge you or shame you, or, you know, that you would have to feel embarrassed for expressing your personal interests. But I think people around you actually didn't mind. And especially, like, if this also has something to do with, you know, sexual orientation, that, you know, that maybe you didn't embrace your sexual orientation when you were younger, and then now you're starting to become more accepting of who you are, you're not afraid of telling people about it. Of course, I know it's not going to resonate with all of you, but I feel like your family and the people around you, they might have always known. Or they might have felt like, you know, why would you hide that away from them? Because they would have accepted it always. Like, they wouldn't have had an issue with it. So, I don't know. Okay. With the Page of Swords reversed, okay, people are going to perceive you as more bratty, but less arrogant, if that makes sense. So this is especially people who already know you. And so I think in the past, I think they felt like because you were so mysterious, you didn't really seem to have an opinion about anything. You kept your judgment on your face instead of voicing it out. So people could tell that you were disagreeing with them, but you were never really saying it to anyone. You know, I don't know. But I think they felt like that was like you being a little bit arrogant. I don't know why, but I think, or maybe it's the judgy face, like the side eye or the eye roll or whatever. I don't know. I feel like this is maybe who you were when you were a teenager. I don't think this is something that is recent, but I think people still think of that sometimes, that you used to be maybe a little bit judgmental or had a little bit of attitude, but in silence, you know, where you were quiet about it. You were introverted and you didn't, you know, you didn't shout it out, but people were still sensing that you thought they were kind of stupid. So, but now it seems like you're leaning into another side of you in 2025 that seems more extroverted. That you're more like, fuck it, I'm just going to say whatever's on my mind, and then people can take it or leave it. And I think people are going to like this, but they're also going to be like, oh, you're in your Brad Summer era in your life or something. I don't know. I know I use Brad Summer a lot, and I know it sounds like I just learned a new word and I'm just going to use it a lot. And that's exactly what happened, though. Like, I just heard it the other day, and and now I'm using it. So yeah, and a few weeks from now I'm not going to use it anymore, because then I've, you know, used it up, and then I'm going to stop being cringy about it and use the same word over and over again. So yeah, but whatever. Okay, so okay, I think people are. Okay, this is Rapunzel. So people are maybe going to perceive you as someone who is a little bit under someone else's spell. that even though you're going to be embracing who you are and you're going to be leaning more into your personality, I think there might be like a perception that's going to be lingering, maybe in your family, that you're still under somebody's spell. And it could be somebody who the rest of the family don't approve of, or has like a strained relationship with, and so they don't want you to associate with this person, or they feel like you're maybe going against the stream by actually giving this person a chance. And that could be your brat summer. I know I'm using that word, it's so stupid. I like, you know, why do I always do that? Like, I don't know, but yeah. Okay, so maybe you're going to be rebelling against the family, and you know, you're not going to follow the rules and be like, and ignore somebody just because the rest of the family have, you know, agreed that they don't want to talk to that person anymore. And so I feel like in 2025 you're going to be talking to that person, and you know, I think you're going to feel like there's something cathartic about it, because it's maybe someone that you used to hang out with or used to spend time with when you were younger, and then something happened and everybody had like a, you know, a disagreement, and there was a distance that was created, like, and I feel like you were never really eager to let go of that when you were younger. You didn't understand why this person who had been in your life for a few years or for 10 years or something, I don't know, suddenly this person was not allowed inside the house or something. I don't know. I know this is not going to resonate with everyone, but I'm just sensing that some of your family members are going to think that you're under this person's spell. And that is so typical, that of course, like, that if you know, don't follow their rules, then it must mean that that person has manipulated you into talking to them, which is not the case. But of course they think the worst, and so they're going to think that you're being manipulated and that you're being naive when you're talking to this person. And you know, I don't know. So and with the it's like this card here, it says happily ever after. It's like the ending of fairy tales. They lived happily ever after. The happy ending, you know, it says das glückliche Ende. Sorry, I can't really switch over to German, even though I can speak German. I just can't switch over when I'm speaking English also like that. It just but with das glückliche Ende, it means happy ending. That's just, you know, and with this being reversed, I'm sensing that people might consider your life okay, that your life might not have been like, you know, in the fairy tales where the princess or the prince finds a princess and they live happily ever after. So I feel like that's maybe not where you are in your life. Or if you are, like if you have found a person and if you're married or something, then this is the biggest diss, you know, because then they're dissing your relationship and being like, oh, if you're in a relationship, you're not in a relationship with a prince, you know, it's not like a Prince Charming, it's someone who they don't approve of or something. I don't know. But it could also just, like, if you're single, there might be some family members who feel like it's such a shame that you're single, that that you deserve to have your happily ever after with somebody, and that you're missing out on this happy ending. Especially if you don't want children. Okay, so this is only for a few of you, but if you have chosen that you don't, or that you're not really prioritizing having children, that you're prioritizing other things in your life, and if you have children one day, that would be okay, but if you don't, then you're not going to cry about it or something. I don't know if you've said something in that sense, or maybe you've chosen abstinence in your life, or something that maybe people don't always understand when we make choices like that. And so, I don't know, maybe they feel like you're missing out, that you could have like your happily ever after thing, but you're choosing not to, or you're choosing an alternative lifestyle that they don't necessarily understand. So I don't know. And they might feel like the reason why you have chosen this lifestyle, that it has something to do with a family member, maybe your mother, that maybe some people feel like you have chosen your mother over your own happiness, or that you're, I don't know, that maybe if you're spending a lot of time with your mother, people might consider that to be a hindrance, that you're I don't know, that your mother doesn't want you to move on, and so she's kind of locking you up in the tower like Rapunzel, so that you don't find anyone, because it is against her interest. It's a conflict of interest for her, because she wants you to be close to her, she wants you to live nearby, she wants you two to spend time with each other and have that, you know, that friendship. And maybe she would be afraid that that friendship is going to disappear if you find a romantic partner. But this is only a message for those of you who have a close bond to your mother and who are currently single. So I don't know. It's not going to resonate with everyone, I know. But I don't know, this took a different direction that I didn't, like, I didn't quite expect this. So I don't know. I feel like people talk, but I think you come from a family, or like I think you come from a family who are quite gossipy. So it's no wonder that they have opinions that they share with each other behind your back. So I'm going to shuffle some of these Gypsy Oracle cards just to get a little bit more information about how people will perceive you in 2025. Merchant, a very good trader, a very good business person, that people are going to see you as someone who has a good business mind, that you're very business oriented in some ways, but that you also seem quite good with your finances. So I feel like people are going to see you as someone who has that part of your life under control in 2025. So, okay, so with the Soldier reversed, I usually see this card. I'm going to read the word reversed, and it says rate loss. Rate loss, Soldier reversed. And that kind of makes me think of weight loss. So there could be something about you losing weight in 2025 and people thinking about that, people having an opinion about that. Of course, people will have different opinions. Some people might think that there's something wrong, or they might have concerns, and then other people might have different, like they might think that it's good that you're I don't know, like that. It just seems like people have different perceptions based on their own point of view, like how they perceive weight loss, So, okay. With a faithfulness reversed, it's a dog reversed. I don't know if you have a dog, then I hope not, because it's reversed. But it could also just mean that people feel like if you have a dog, they might feel like you're not prioritizing your dog or something, or that now that you have a different interest in your life, something else that you're leaning into and embracing, and you're starting a new chapter in your life where you're more like where you're starting to become more yourself and showing people your passions, that people don't get that those passions have always been there. You've just been practicing these passions in silence, in the hidden. And so they don't understand that this has always been going on. But maybe some people will think that, oh, you're suddenly someone who is super passionate about all these other things, that maybe you're starting to forget your dog or something, or that, oh, you don't have time for your dog when you have all these other things that you're rushing to. I don't know, like this seems catty. I don't know who is thinking about this. It could be an old person who would be very invested in your dog's well-being somehow, like really concerned that you're not taking care of your dog. But this is only for those of you who have a dog. Others of you probably, I guess it's still the minority of you who actually has a dog. So, yeah. Okay, with the size reversed. People are going to see you as happier, that you're more content, that you're, that you have something to fill up your life with, which I think they might have actually thought that you were bored before, that you were bored in life, and they might have even felt bad for you because it seemed like you had nothing to do or something, or that they felt like your life was empty before because they didn't know. Like that, it's such a silly it's such a silly thing to think about. Like when, of course you spent your time on something. Like you can't, I don't know what they're expecting. I don't know if they're just expecting you to sit on your couch just looking out in the air doing nothing, and that they felt bad that you had nothing to do, and oh, you must have such an empty life because you must be so bored. I don't know. And that's the perception for that has maybe been going on for a few years, maybe the last year or 2 years before that or whatever. And then now that you're going to be more open about your interests and hobbies, people are going to feel less bad for you because they know that, okay, you're actually doing something. You're spending your time on something. Your life is full of interesting things that you're doing, interesting projects and interesting, interesting things. And then they might still have an opinion about that because they feel like, oh, what if all these interests might get in the way of you taking care of your obligations in your life, even though you did that before, they just didn't know that you were juggling all these things all at once. So I don't know. Cheerfulness reversed. Okay. I guess they might feel like, you're not someone who's going to parties. Maybe you've chosen not to drink anymore. I don't know. Maybe you're going to have like a New Year's resolution where you don't want to drink or don't want to, I don't know, don't want to smoke or something. Oh, widower. I don't know. I don't think you're a widower. And this card is not about an actual widower. It comes in a reading when there's something that is dead, like something, not necessarily a being, like not a person, not an animal, but a thing that has, dissolved is itself, something that is no longer, no longer present. And there might be some people in your life who felt like you were actually on the right path. Maybe you started an education in 2022 or whatever, I don't know. And maybe it was something that people really loved, or maybe your family was a fan of this path. Like maybe you studied to become an engineer or something and they were like, oh, that's so great, we need an engineer in the family. Or maybe you studied to become a doctor and they really wanted that, or a lawyer or something, and they had this perception of you as someone who was, doing what they always wanted you to do. And so this seems like that, it seems like that idea dissolved and you lost interest in it and you moved on from it and you started finding an interest in something else. And I think they are maybe still mourning that loss, if that makes sense, that they feel like, oh, that like they're mourning that perception that they used to have of you, where they thought, oh, you're doing what you're supposed to do, you're doing what you were told, and you were following the rules and following the mainstream, and that was great for them. They felt like they could be proud of that. And then now you're doing something maybe a little bit more alternative, I'm not sure, but they might have a hard time feeling proud, or it's your family I'm talking about. Like, this is not friends or other people outside the family, it's only the family. I feel like this might be your parents, or one of your parents, or your grandparents, or someone who feels like that you've leveled down by choosing something that you're passionate about. So of course you can't make everybody happy, but you know, you're going quite a far way with it, like, or you're getting there when you choose yourself. Because if you choose to make yourself happy, that's the person that you're going to be spending the most time with in the future. So that is the person that you need to make happy. Not your parents who you see once or twice every year or whatever. I don't know. So yeah. But they might think of you as a brat because you have chosen this different path. They might see you as a rebel because you're rebelling against what they expected of you. I don't know. But it's no concern to you. Like, you just have to live your best life. And I think people will perceive you as someone who's living your best life. And I think a lot of people will have respect for that you are daring to choose what you're interested in, what you're passionate about. So you're going to get extra points from a lot of other people, you know? A lot of other people are going to fall in love with you because they feel like you're doing your own thing. You're being your own person. And that is very sexy. If that makes sense. I'm going to end the reading here. I hope this reading made sense to you. Have a great day and bye. Hello, group number 5. You chose the Alcohol Tarot. And I'm going to start with some channeling and then I'm going to shuffle the cards for you. So I'm going to do the channeling now. So Spirit, can you answer this question for group number 5, the people who will choose group number 5? How will people perceive group number 5 in 2025? Okay, they're going to be seeing you as someone who has had a glow up. That you are looking really good. That you're looking very happy and healthy and you look very attractive. So I feel like there's something about you that people are going to notice right away when they meet you in 2025. There's something different about your aura. You seem just more confident. You seem more, you know, balanced. Like there's something about you that just seems more attractive. You're going to carry yourself in a different way where people are going to see that, you know, you're in a good place in your life. Yeah. But there's also something else about this glow up. I feel like maybe there's something about you maybe taking more care of yourself, or, you know, starting that you've been, or that you're going to be eating more healthy or exercising more or taking your vitamins, which is going to give you a little bit of a glow, you know, that healthy glow that people get when they take vitamins. I don't know. I feel like there's also just something about your appearance. I feel like you're going to be changing something. You're maybe going to be changing your clothing style. Maybe you're going to be changing your hairstyle, or your hair color or something. But I feel like people might have a hard time recognizing you at first when they see you. And I feel like it's because something has changed. But it's in a good way. It's a glow up. Okay, I'm going to shuffle and see what the cards have to say. Okay. With the Queen of Wands, which is Queen of Cups, I think people are going to perceive you as very happy, very healthy, very organic, very emotionally balanced. You know, you have a calmness about you that you just seem very zen. I don't know if that makes sense, but it just seems like you're relaxed. You seem harmonious. You're going to be, like in 2025, people are going to perceive you as a harmonious person. Very loving, very caring. That you seem to have like excess space in your heart, but also in maybe your place, like in your physical place, the place that you live, that you have space for people to come visit you. I don't know if you're going to be moving somewhere where you're going to be having an extra room, which I feel like people will be taking advantage of. I know taking advantage doesn't sound right, but you know, people are going to use that because I think people like to visit you and they would love to spend more time at your place to the point where they have to stay over. So I feel like it's because people love spending time with you. So I think people are going to perceive you as hospitable, that you have a lot of hospitality, that you have a lot of room in your heart for people, and that you make space, make room. You clear space up for people when they come visit, and you clear up time for people in your schedule. If people want to spend time with you, or if people want to hang out with you, you find time. You prioritize people, and people are going to see you as someone who has the right priorities in 2025. I feel like that has also been a theme in this year, in 2024 and in 2023. I feel like it's not a new thing, but I feel like the new thing is how balanced you are. Like how, I don't know, maybe you've also been very balanced the other years, but I feel like this year, 2025, I feel like it's gonna be slightly uneventful, which is a good thing, because I feel like maybe in 2024 or in 2023 there were some episodes, there were some things that happened that caused a little bit of a shadow, like a cloud, a black cloud over your life, where you were being a champion, you know, you were being a soldier through it, and you didn't seem that bothered by it. People didn't really, like, people couldn't tell that much that you were going through it. But you were also quite good at hiding it, I think. But I still think people felt like, okay, you seem like a champ. You don't seem like it's like super bothered by all of this stuff that's going on around you, but you still don't seem that open. Like you seem a little, like I feel like you seemed a little bit closed off maybe the past few years, maybe because you were protecting yourself and maybe only spending time with people when you knew you could, or when you knew you had the energy for it. But I feel like in 2025 people are going to see that you actually have much more excess energy. You have more time, you have more wiggle room, if that makes sense. So I feel like that means that 2025 is going to be quite a good year for you. I feel like it's going to be a year where things are like there's not going to be a lot of unexpected things in your life. Of course, in geopolitics, you know, there's going to be a lot of things going on in the world. But I feel like in your life, not a lot of unexpected things are going to happen. It's going to be quite predictable, you know, and predictable is good. It's good to know what's going to happen. And I feel like it's also going to give you a sense of peace and quiet, that you know what's going to happen next Tuesday, you know what's going to happen 3 months from now. You know what's going to happen. So, yeah. And with the Queen of Beers, which is Queen of Wands reversed, so I feel like you're not going to be in a rush. You're not going to be, you know, yeah, you're not going to be in a rush. That's just what I'm sensing from this card, is that I feel like you're going to take things as they go. You're going to take your time with things. You're going to take things slow. You're not going to be trying to force something to happen sooner just because you can't wait. You know, you're going to have patience in 2025, and I feel like that's great. So, with the World reversed, of course, in the world there's going to be a lot of things going on. It's not going to bother you that much, or it is. I'm not, like, you're not made out of stone. Obviously, it's going to bother you. Obviously, you're going to be affected by some of the things that are going to happen in the world, but I feel like for the most part it's just not gonna have, like, it's not gonna change the direction of your life. It's not gonna change what you're gonna be doing. You're still gonna be minding your own business, doing things the way you would have done even if the world was peaceful, if that makes sense. I'm going to shuffle a little bit more. I'm actually going to shuffle some of these Gypsy Oracle cards just to get a little bit more information about how will people perceive you in 2025. How are people going to perceive you? Love reversed. So, I don't know. It seems like maybe this is not going to be the year where you have a very active love life. But you're still going to have this glow up. You're still going to be, you know, you're going to be confident. You're going to feel sexy. You're going to feel attractive. You're going to feel like people want you. But I feel like maybe you're not going to want them back. Or maybe you're going to feel like, okay, this is not where you, like, this is not what you want to be doing. Or I don't know why, but I just feel like you're going to have, you know, people around you who admire you and want to offer you something. But I feel like you're going to be declining those offers. But I feel like it's maybe because you're going to be just happy. Like, I feel like you're going to be more happy than you have been ever. And I feel like it's because of this peace and quiet that you're going to have in your life, where you're going to feel like everything is good. You know, everything is going to be working smoothly. Like, you're not going to be running into a lot of obstacles. You're going to have a smooth sailing. in 2025, and it's going to be very nice, you know. And I think you're going to be reinventing yourself, figuring out, like finding back to the core of you, not reinventing yourself, more like taking away the invention, taking away the fabrication, and getting back to the default settings, if that makes sense. And becoming a more authentic you. So I feel like maybe 2025 is going to be the year where you are going to be dining alone, where you're going to be having the balls to do that, where you're not going to care if people are going to think of you as lonely or that you must be miserable because you're dining at a restaurant alone. But I feel like you're going to have like a sense of freedom, knowing that you can just do whatever you want and you don't have to find somebody who can do it with you. That you know, you can just make your own plans and, you know, have these experiences and having them by yourself. And I think this is going to be good. Okay, cheerfulness reversed. So, you know, but sorrow is also reversed. So, you know, you're not gonna, like, I feel like this is the balance, is that, okay, so if some of you have some bipolar tendencies, I feel like that is gonna be very balanced in 2025. You're not gonna have manic episodes and you're not going to have the depressive episodes. You're going to have a very smooth sailing, like everything is going to be very leveled and very expectable. Everything is like, you can expect everything, like everything is, I don't know if expectable is a word. I don't know. Like it sounds like a word. Sounds like it means what I think it means, but I don't know. So I feel like that's a good thing. It's good that everything is in harmony and everything is in balance. So I feel like you're maybe also going to give up on some things that have maybe caused a problem for you. Of course, this is the Alcohol Tarot, so I don't know if 2025 might be the year where you decide that maybe you don't want to drink anymore, like that it might be your New Year's resolution that you want to find other ways to have a good time. Without having to cheer with someone, like, you know, like this card here, it's 3 people who are drinking together. So with this card being reversed, I feel like that could be like the end of that chapter, where you feel like that is not something that is necessary for you to be happy. And with that realization, you might relieve yourself from a lot of sorrow, because with, you know, with the ups of alcohol, there is always that down that you get the next day when, you know, when you drop, like when everything goes to shit. Like it's a really good high, but it's also a really good, like a really deep low, if that makes sense. So, or it can be. sometimes if it's done in excess over a long period of time, you know? So I'm going to shuffle some of these archetype cards just to get a little bit more information about how people will perceive you in 2025. Okay, so with a blank card, people might perceive you as a little bit boring. Okay, so it's just because of the drinking part, I think. Like, especially if you have friends who are heavy drinkers, they will always consider everyone who's not drinking super boring. Like that, like they feel bad for them for not wanting to take part in the drinking. So, you know, if that is what you have decided for 2025, that you don't want to drink anymore, then of course people will have different points of view. So some people will perceive you as, you know, great, like that is a great decision that you have made, and you know, they will respect you for making that choice, but other people will have, you know, an issue with it because it's an end of an era for them. They feel like, oh, they're going to lose their partner in crime, they're going to lose their drinking buddy or whatever, and that they feel like, what are they going to do now? Like now they have to find someone to substitute you or something. I don't know, like it could just cause a problem for them. I don't know. And maybe this is a person who doesn't like change. So whenever things change too much, it makes them uncomfortable. And maybe that is the reason why they drink, to kind of cope with all the changing. So, you know, for them, the drinking is a safe space. And if you change the status quo of the safe space, you're ruining the safe space. And so they might, like, you know, but it's their problem, it's not your problem, and you shouldn't keep drinking just because someone needs you to, because they feel like they can't drink without you. And you know what, like that's maybe a good thing if this person is so dependent on that being the way that your relationship works, that you two can't hang out together unless you're drinking together. That sounds like they have a problem, and that maybe it's okay that they need to be shaken a little bit, and you know, yeah, and figure out another way to have fun, I guess. So, okay, this card came through again. I don't know. So I think many people will perceive you as just, you know, good looking. It might be hard for them to really form any other opinion about you, because it seems like everything is just about, you know, shallow like it's a shallow perception. It's like you're a pretty face to a lot of people, and I feel like some people know you without really knowing you. And I don't know if it's just because they don't take the time to get to know you, or whether you just have a lot of people that you only meet when you go out drinking, for instance. That these people only know you in that setting, and so they might not ever get to that point where they actually ask you, like, what do you do? What do you like to do? Who are you as a person? What are your interests? What are your hobbies? Are your parents still married, or are they divorced, or something? I know that that's maybe kind of intimate, but you know that it seems like maybe you have a lot of those shallow friendships where it's not because you're a shallow person, but I feel like it's just that it's just the nature of these friendships. It's just only based on like the setting, like that, oh, this is not a setting to talk about personal stuff. This is a setting where we just meet up and have a good time together, where we have fun together without really getting close to each other. I don't know. And I feel like maybe these people, like, especially if you have chosen to stop that, you know, like, and stop going out so much, stop drinking, or stop partying, or stop hanging out in these shallow ways with these people, you know, where you have these friends, like a lot of friends, but none of them would be there if you lost your mother, or if you had a tragic accident. Like, nobody would come to you in the hospital if you were a paraplegic, you know. Nobody would be there to help you if something happened. And that maybe you've had that realization, or maybe you will have that realization in 2025, that you have some friendships that where it could just as well not be there. Like you like the friendship is not really doing anything for you, and that it's not really, like, it's not really real. It's kind of like a fake thing, like fake friends that only hang out with you to take pictures and put on Facebook or TikTok or Instagram or whatever, I don't know, like that. It's just all about, you know, appearing as if they have a lot of friends, and that you're just a pawn in their game, of, you know, trying to make everybody believe that they are really popular or something. And so you're just someone on pictures. You're just someone who is fluff for them. They need to have like a party, and they don't want to only invite their close friends, because then it would be like only a party of 5, and nobody wants to look at the pictures of a party of 5, you know, because that would be, you know, sad or something, like that. They would find that to be embarrassing, so they have to fill up the place with guests, and so they just contact everybody that they have like a little bit of a relationship or friendship with, but it's all very shallow, if that makes sense. And I feel like if you have that realization in 2025 that, you know, maybe you shouldn't spend so much time hanging out with these people who wouldn't care if you were, like, if something happened to you, like, and they wouldn't even call you if they didn't hear from you for 3 years or something, that you could be dead without them knowing or something, and that maybe you shouldn't be spending precious time on people who don't really care at the core, like that they only pretend to care when they have something to gain from it. And so of course they might see you as a goner, like they might see you as someone who's not there anymore. So I feel like some people might have a perception of you in 2025 as someone who doesn't show up as much as you used to, that, you know, that you're starting to disappear from some social groups that you're a part of, which is maybe a healthy thing. And maybe that's even a part of the whole glow up that you're going to have in 2025, is the release of all these fake friendships, you know, where you're going to be having more time to take care of yourself and to nurture the close friendships that actually mean something to you, you know? But there might be some people who might feel bad, or like feel like, or not bad, but like they might feel angry with you if they invite you to a party and you say, I don't feel like it. That, you know, I am sensing some bad blood between you and someone in your life if you start, you know, pushing that person out of your life. But again, it's because this person liked having this friendship because of the status or the value that it created for them in like some way, where it wasn't about you. It was about what they could gain from you, from being friends with you. And so I feel like it's okay that you're, like, if you distance yourself from this person, don't mind or don't be bothered by this person having beef with you or something. You know, you don't, like, it doesn't matter. Your time is much more precious. So, yeah. Okay, I think I'm going to end the reading here. I hope this reading was helpful, and have a great day, and bye. Hello, group number 6. You chose the Miss Cleo's tarot deck, and I'm going to start with some channeling, and then I'm going to shuffle the cards for you. So I'm going to do the channeling now. So Spirit, can you answer this question? For group number 6, the people who will choose group number 6, how will people perceive group number 6 in 2025? Okay, I'm sensing that people will have different perceptions of you, obviously. So it's not just one perception coming through. I feel like people will have, you know, some differences in opinions. And so I think some people will consider you to be kind of like a cat. You know, very cute, very fun to be around, but also a little bit aloof, you know, reserved, that you can't be bothered sometimes, or that you don't seem to always have an interest in what people have to say, or like it's not as simple as that, because I feel like you're a very curious person. I feel like you're someone who listens very well, but I think some people might get on your nerves, or get on your nerve. I think that's how you say it. But, you know, they might kind of get under your skin and you feel like, oh, this person, like, oh God, this person is just so boring. And so, of course, these people, or it might just be one person in your life. This person might consider you to be disinterested, that you don't seem to really care about them, or that you don't seem to support them because you're not even listening to what they have to say or something. But you know, it's maybe a little bit difficult when that person might have been, you know, talking about this for a very long time, and it might not have changed since the last time they talked about it. So it's kind of the same thing. And so sometimes it might be hard to keep that concentration when you're basically just listening to something that you've heard plenty of times before. And so I feel like this is someone who keeps repeating the same pattern. I feel like it might either it might be that this person is in a relationship that is you know, the dumbest relationship ever. Like, you know, you might have even said that to this person, that, you know, why are you even with that person? Why do you even want to be in this relationship if you're, you know, if you're constantly dealing with these issues with your partner? Like, what is going on? Like, why hang in there? Like, what are you waiting for? Like, nothing has changed for the last 5 years. What kind of miracle are you waiting for? So, you know, you get to a point where, even though, of course, in the beginning, I think you were very, you know, invested in this, obviously, because it was quite interesting to begin with, you know, and you might have also kind of found it entertaining at first because of all the drama. But drama kind of loses its power, or entertainment value, I think, when it's the same thing that keeps happening. So I feel like this person doesn't quite understand why you're less invested in it now than you were in the beginning. But, you know, and so that is maybe a frustration that will be happening in 2025, that this person feels like you're kind of taking a step back, not really, you know, replying back right away when this person texts you and tells you about whatever is going on in that relationship. So it could be that. But I'm also getting that for some of you, this is someone in your life who has been talking about doing something in their career, that they've always, like, they've been maybe talking about this for 5 years, that they want to do something, and that, you know, they're constantly saying the same things, but they're never really doing anything about it. That it's just like they're constantly, you know, seeking validation, like, but validation for what? Like, you haven't done it, so, like, I can't confirm whether it's a good idea or not. Or I did that in the beginning, but, you know, since nothing has changed, it's not really something that, like, how can you support something that is not happening? Like, it seems like it's at a standstill, and has been at a standstill for a long time. So, you know, you get to a point where it's really hard to keep being supportive, you know? So I feel like there are, you know, good reasons to why this person, like, you have good reasons. It's not a good reason why this person feels that way, but, you know, you have good reason to withdraw a little bit from this person. But of course, this changes their perception of you and makes them think that, oh, you don't even care about me, or, oh, you know, that sort of thing. So, yeah. I feel like there's also something else coming through. I don't know. I'm gonna shuffle and see what the cards have to say. Wheel of Fortune. So, in 2025, people are going to perceive you as lucky, that you're thriving at what you're doing. I'm going to ask, what are you going to be lucky in 2025? Okay, you're lucky making enemies with people, so with a foe card. And, you know, that's kind of luck, I guess, you know, because sometimes it can be really hard to get rid of somebody, especially if someone has, you know, sucked their way into your, like, really crawled under your skin, and, you know, this, like, kind of like a tick, you know, kind of just sucking on you, sucking out all your energy, and not giving anything back other than venom, you know. I feel like you're going to be successful at getting rid of that energy in 2025. That's going to be one of your early achievements in 2025. This is not the only good thing that's going to come out of 2025 for you, but I feel like people are going to perceive you, like, in the beginning of the year as someone who is, you know, getting rid of someone toxic, or, you know, yeah. And that you're relieving yourself from an energy that was, I feel like this is a narcissistic person. Someone who was just, you know, taking and taking and taking and leaving you dry. If that makes sense. And yeah. That's the first thing that you're going to get rid of, and people are like, of course, the perception is different. The person that you're going to be leaving behind here, that person will consider you to be selfish, and, you know, why are you only thinking about yourself, and why are you being so mean, and stuff like that. But then other people around you, people who have witnessed you going from being energetic and happy to suddenly being, like, you know, tired and, you know, feeling down and feeling, you know, drained. And these people who have witnessed that will feel relieved when you actually get rid of this energy. I know it's not going to resonate with all of you, but I feel like for many of you, you have some kind of person, like some person in your life who you know is not someone you should be spending time with, that it is a waste of time to humor this person. And so, okay. But what else? What's gonna how are people gonna perceive you? Maybe kind of like later in 2025. How are people gonna perceive you? In the middle of 2025, possibly. The Empress. You're living your best life. You know, people are gonna see you as confident. You know, you're taking care of yourself, and you're also, you know, nurturing yourself, getting back in good health, you know, focusing on your health, focusing on pampering yourself and making sure that you're the best version of yourself, and, you know, yeah. I'm gonna shuffle a little bit. Of course, also people are gonna perceive you as very beautiful. That they can really tell that you're, you know, putting more effort into the way you look. That it seems like it's not just about appearance, it's also just about your health, like getting in shape, or, you know, eating healthy, getting to a point where you are, you know, focusing on feeling good in your body, making sure that your body can do the things that you want your body to do, if that makes sense. And I feel like it's because you're going to be like, you're going to have more time for that, because there is something that's going to be relieved from your life. There's something that, like some dark entity, like something bad, like something that is in your life currently, that you know about, and it's just draining you. And it could be, as I said before, it could be a toxic person, like a romantic partner or a friend who is just really, really, you know, demanding. Or it could be a family member who is like kind of lashing on in a way that it seems like this person, like if you give this person a hand, they're going to take the whole arm. But if it's not a person, it could also be something that you're doing, you know, some project or some job or education that you're gonna like, but only if right now in this moment when you're watching this video, if you know that this is a toxic thing in your life, I think you're going to relieve yourself from it. But if it's not, then I don't think that's what's going to give you this freedom to take care of your health, take care of yourself, take care of your mental health. You know, okay, what is gonna, like, what are people gonna how are people gonna perceive you? Okay, Temperance reversed and Two of Swords upright. With the Two of Swords upright, I feel like people are going to consider you to be very harmonious, very balanced. I am getting some kind of pregnancy thing, like, and I know it's not going to resonate with all of you, but I don't know if some of you are going to be pregnant in 2025. If so, I feel like it's going to be a good pregnancy. I feel like there won't be a lot of issues. So yeah, but with the Temperance reversed, make sure, like, if you are gonna get pregnant, I hate to say this, but you know, if you're gonna get pregnant, I know a lot of you are not gonna resonate with this message, but if you are, or if you by accident get pregnant and go through with the pregnancy, make sure to live somewhat in moderation, because with the Temperance being about moderation, obviously, there could be, like, I could see a little bit of a warning that you could get, like that you have to be watchful that you don't get, what's it called, pregnancy diabetes, like where you get it during the pregnancy. I don't know what like it's also called some kind of like pregnancy toxicity, or like, oh god, that is direct translation that doesn't make sense. Okay, what could it be? Like, what is the term for it? like something with the blood, something with blood sugar, but also something with I don't know, like it's just a very common thing that pregnant women get during their pregnancy. And it's not just because of, not living in moderation, not eating in moderation, not doing, like, it's also just something that kind of happens, but with people who have that tendency, they have to be more careful. So, yeah. So, also make sure you don't, this goes without saying, but, don't drink during your pregnancy. Even if people tell you that you can have one glass of wine once in a while you're pregnant, that's not going to hurt the baby, just don't do it. Like, don't risk it, because, they, like, children who are born with, alcohol syndrome, it's a terrible fate for them. Like, it's so, I don't know, of course I don't have to tell you this because you already know, so, but this is just a warning, and of course a lot of you are not even going to be pregnant in 2025. I'm just saying that I'm seeing that for the very few of you, make sure that you keep, like, that in most things, just stay within moderation in anything, like, just with the eating, with the drinking, with the not even drinking in moderation, don't drink at all, but don't go overboard with anything, like, don't start exercising to excess, or in excess, don't do anything overly much, like, don't do too much of something during your pregnancy. Okay, I'm going to shuffle and see what else is going to happen in 2025 sorry, that is not even what the question is about, but it's kind of a part of it. But, how are people going to perceive you in 2025? I kind of forgot about that part. Sorry. So how are people going to perceive you in 2025? Journey. They're going to see you as someone who's on a journey. You're doing something interesting. You're having your own little journey. I don't know if this is like a spiritual journey or a journey of another kind. They might also, like, people might also perceive you as someone who is, starting a new chapter in your life, or that you're going somewhere, like moving somewhere, or, traveling, going on a trip somewhere. But also with the Temperance card, because this was not just about the pregnancy thing, even though it just came through in kind of like a big mismatch of everything. I feel like people might perceive you as someone who's doing something in excess. Even if you're not going to be pregnant, they might think that, oh, you're doing something that's not good for you because you're doing it too much, or that some people might have concerns in 2025 because you're going overboard with something. Either you're going to be working too much and people are going to be concerned that you're spending all your time on work, maybe you're going to be exercising, but you're going to be exercising too much to the point where people feel like, oh, are you, like, is this an issue for you? Or is this something that you need to have like an intervention because you're maybe doing it, you know, all the time? And it could also be, you know, something about your diet. People might have concerns about that, or that you're drinking, or that they might be worried that you're drinking too much. I don't know. I'm gonna shuffle some of these. Like, it kind of makes sense, though, that I feel like you're going to be releasing a dark entity in your life, like something that has been kind of taking away all your energy, leaving you kind of empty. And then when you relieve yourself from that person, I feel like it is a person for many of you, but I don't know. When you relieve yourself from that person, there is going to be something, like maybe you're going to feel like you have to fill up that emptiness with new emptiness. I don't know if that makes sense. Like that the void that is going to be caused by you getting rid of this entity is going to make you feel like, oh, I have to fill it up with a new dark entity. And so, you know, if you're going to be substituting that relationship or that thing that you had with that person with something like alcohol that could have like the same effect, the same draining effect, maybe that's going to cause you to feel kind of like that's the status quo, that feels normal, that it's the new normal, and you're trying to get to that new normal by finding another source to that. You know, I don't know if that makes sense. And I feel like you just like, it's maybe not a good idea, you know, and I think that goes without saying. But I feel like people might even have, like, maybe people will come to the same conclusion, that if you release yourself from that relationship, that it's almost as if you're, you know, self-sabotaging after that person had been sabotaging you, to the point where you felt like, oh, I have to keep continuing the sabotage because it feels weird that nothing is being sabotaged right now. I don't know if that makes sense. I'm going to shuffle some of these archetype cards just to get a little bit more information about how people will perceive you in 2025. Storyteller. So people are going to be very interested in your story, the story that you tell, you know, your narrative. People are going to be very curious about what you've been through, and, you know, they're going to see you as someone who's very good at talking about it. So if you're like, if right now you feel like you're kind of hiding your emotions, not really talking about it, I feel like that's going to change in 2025. I feel like you're going to be much more open, and you're going to be talking about even the most, like the darkest parts of this relationship or something that you had with that person, that you're going to be open and honest about it. And I think people are going to see you as someone who has a story to tell. Maybe they're probably going to think that you need to write it all down and make sure that you remember everything that you're feeling right now, because it could be good content for a book, if that makes sense. And I think people would even consider your story to be worthy of a book, like that. It makes sense that it, like if you wanted to write autobiography, that there is definitely enough here to create an appealing book, you know, I don't know, like a book that is interesting to people, has a lot of, you know, themes that will be intriguing to hear about, but also will awaken a lot of different emotions in people. So yeah, I feel like they think that like it would be a shame if you don't monetize what you've been through. Then it would be as if all of this was for nothing, you know. So at least you have something, you have a story to tell. And yeah, with the Addict reversed, it says, I'm going to read the shadow attributes here. It says, compromises integrity and honesty, allows an addictive pattern to have authority over your inner spirit. So there is something about that addiction, that like with the Temperance reversed here as well, it does seem like there is a pattern. And so I feel like it's safe to say now with the 2 cards that I feel like people will consider you to be someone who's dealing with an addiction. I don't know which one. I don't know if it's alcohol or if it's something else or substance, or whether it's something, you know, like being a workaholic, being like having some other kind of addictive pattern that keeps repeating itself. It could even be like being addicted to toxic relationships, always getting into relationships with people who are unavailable, or people who treat you like shit, or like something like that. I don't know. Or even that you have an addiction to getting in relationships with people who have addictions, which is, I don't know, like I don't know which one it is. Okay, I'm going to shuffle a little bit more about how people will perceive you, maybe kind of through, like towards the end of the year 2025. How are people going to perceive you? Blank. So this means they're going to perceive you as someone who kind of withdraws. Okay, I feel like there is a pattern here of you withdrawing from people, then kind of getting, you know, back together, or not back together in a romantic sense, but, you know, meet up with people again, but then withdrawing again, and that you have like a little bit of that going on, that you have periods where you're very extroverted, then you have periods where you're very introverted, and that sometimes people see a lot of you, and then sometimes people see absolutely nothing of you, like that they don't hear from you, they don't, you know, that it's like you kind of disappear out of thin air, like that. It's just, I'm gonna have to get like a card to clarify the blank card. So how will people perceive group number 6 towards the end of 2025? I don't know if you have seasonal depression as well. I don't know if that is kind of like a pattern that keeps repeating itself, that maybe you're in that period right now where you're slightly withdrawn. And then I feel like when things clear up, when, you know, when the sun starts shining again, you're going to be more social and want to meet up with people more. And then you're maybe going to get back into your shell, if like when the weather starts changing, you know. But with a gift card, I feel like, you know, maybe at the end of the year, of course, like next year, that's around Christmas. I don't know, like I should have been more specific. I was more like thinking about the last 3 months of the year or something, but I said towards the end of the year, and that is Christmas time, and the gift card is here. So I feel like maybe, you know, maybe you're gonna get really easy, like you're gonna get easy, like you're gonna choose the easy way out, you know, sending people a gift without really meeting up with them, you know, that you're like biting them off with a gift so that you don't have to socialize. I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense. But I'm kind of more curious about the last 3 months of the year. How are people going to perceive you in the last 3 months of the year 2025? Okay. The last 3 months of the year 2025. Okay. The last 3 months of the year 2025. How are people going to perceive group number 6? How are people going to... Okay. It's not great. It's not great. I don't know what to say. I feel like the year is going to be very good up until the last 3 months of the year. Next year, something is going to happen. It's not going to be great. And this is maybe also why you're going to withdraw. There's the melancholy card, which makes sense, you know, with the melancholy, you know, feeling like, okay, I have depression, seasonal depression. I don't really want to socialize. I'm like, I would rather just stay at home and watch Netflix. And that, the prison card, I don't think you're getting, like, I don't think you're gonna go to prison. This is more about, you know, being in a mental prison within yourself. And that kind of shows me that, you know, you're going to be choosing solitude over meeting up with people. Maybe you're going to have some social anxiety that's going to make it quite hard for you to meet up with people. And, you know, I don't know if you already have this, but I feel like, you know, throughout the reading, this has not been very apparent. And I feel like you only have social anxiety when you're down, like when you are feeling blue. So, like, I don't know. I feel like you're a blend of extrovert and introvert, and it kind of happens in periods, like that you, like, yeah. But I feel like throughout the end of the year, next year, there's going to be some melancholy, some solitude, and then there's going to be some misfortune with the misfortune card. I'm going to show you the card. Of course, it's a very chaotic card, but it's also the same card as the Tower. And the Tower is, you know, even though it is a chaotic card, it is kind of, like, everything happens for a reason. Sometimes things need to be broken down for something new to blossom. Sometimes we have to, you know, burn the soil, the dirt, in order to make it fertile, or in order to make it fruitful, so that it can actually, you know, take seeds. And So sometimes this is necessary. Sometimes this chaos is necessary for something new to grow, because you can't grow, like in certain soils, you can't grow anything unless you burn it. And I feel like that is where you're maybe going to be, like towards the end of the year. You're going to feel like maybe you're going to be trying to build something on a foundation that isn't very solid. This could be a relationship. I'm not gonna have, like, oh God, I don't want to say that, but I guess you're gonna get out of something toxic in the beginning of the year, and then you're gonna have this beautiful time where you're just thriving on your own and living your best life. And then I feel like maybe you're gonna get in a relationship with somebody, and it's kind of the same pattern, and maybe you're gonna be deceived, because at first this person is gonna lie about what their intentions are. So they're gonna tell you that, you know, like they're gonna tell you everything you want to hear, and they're gonna tell you that they want to settle down, they want a long term relationship, not long distance, even though I don't know, like maybe. But then out of the blue, they are gonna show their true colors. It's gonna be by accident, possibly. And I feel like maybe this is good that you're gonna have this experience, because it was a rocky foundation. It was like that. This was not something that could grow. Like that, nothing could grow on this bad soil, and this was bad soil. It was. It was not fruitful. It was not anything, like it didn't seem like it's not gonna be like in 2025 when you have this, like it's gonna be a blessing in disguise, but you're not gonna feel that when you are in it. You're gonna feel like this is a loss. But I feel like this is reassurance that it wasn't actually a loss, or like in the future it's not gonna be a loss. It's gonna be a way to make up space, because something better is gonna come into your life, and that you're gonna have to prepare yourself for something solid, something that is actually gonna grow, something that is actually a solid foundation, like or that there is gonna be something better for you. So I don't know, like this is terrible. This is a terrible reading. Like I know, like that is, especially with the pregnancy thing, that like if you're gonna get pregnant with this person's child, this person who's gonna promise you everything, and then, but of course it might be good to find somebody who's just gonna leave, or who's gonna leave soon, or leave quickly after this person gets you pregnant. Because if that happens, it's just better that it happens so quickly, so soon, so that you don't have to go through all of that and then to realize that this person is a dipshit. But you know, it just feels like maybe it's a blessing in disguise that this person is gonna be a goner before you form this happy family with this person, you know, because then there is some kind of harmonious life that is going to be at stake. But if you don't have that harmonious life, then it can't be taken away from you, and then you can form it on your own, create a solid foundation for your child where you are just gonna do it on your own, like that. You know, I don't know, it's not gonna resonate with everybody. It's a message that seems to be, you know, directed at 5 people or something. I don't know. It's not for everyone. I don't know why this is being so like why there is such a focus on it in this reading. I don't know. But I feel like everything is going to work itself out. You know? But there is a little bit of that chaos, and in a way I feel like maybe you are also gonna, like, of course, like, nothing is set in stone, so you can still change this whole story, but I feel like you're kind of creating like content for your book, like in real life. You're seeking out problematic situations subconsciously. You're not doing it consciously, I know that, but I think subconsciously you might be putting yourself in these situations because these are gonna be damn good stories to tell, you know? But of course you're putting yourself, like, you're being you're making yourself into, I don't know, not the guinea pig, but you're making yourself go through all of this just for the sake of good content. I don't know if that's how I'm supposed to read this message, but I feel like at the end of the day, even though you're maybe going to go through some misfortune, I feel like you are going to create something out of it, you know, make something good out of it at the end of the day. And I think yeah, I think you're a part of you could, I feel like you could avoid this if you choose to stop seeking out trouble. You could tell your subconscious mind that you're not interested in that anymore. I feel like it's not that simple, obviously, but I don't know. Maybe it is. I don't know. Like, I feel like you could stop repeating this pattern, because I feel like a part of you is also seeking out something exciting that you're maybe not that sexually attracted to people who are good for you, you know, the good guys or the good girls, if you're into girls, you know, like that you're not looking for that, because whenever you're on a date with someone like that, you might feel like it's a little bit boring, or that, you know, there's no excitement, there's nothing at stake, everything is just good. You feel like you can trust the person, you feel like, you know, that person wants you, and, you know, like, that's boring, because in a way I feel like you're used to that excitement of, you know, not really knowing if the person is gonna beat you up, or if this person is gonna kiss you and be tender, and that's, you know, that, I don't know, like, I feel like it's not that serious, but it's just, I feel like you have a pattern that you need, like, there's some kind of cycle that you need to get yourself out of this vicious cycle and start settling for people who are good to you. You know, even if they're boring, that is a choice that you can make. You can make that choice to just be with a person that you're not attracted to physically, because don't listen to, you know, your private parts, because they're not always right. And this I understand this because I have this issue myself a little bit. I feel like it's just much better to just be with a person who is boring and, you know, not very exciting, not very attractive to you, because you feel like, oh, that person is just too nice, too polite, asks before they do anything because they want to have your permission to do it, like that sort of thing. Even though it's maybe not super sexy, it doesn't turn you on, possibly, but it's very safe and it's very solid, very stable, and it's a solid foundation to build on. It's someone that you could, you know, form a family with and be happy with for the rest of your life. So you have to think, like, I feel like you have to go with your mind, your thoughts. Let them win over your private parts, because, you know, it's just, I don't know. You can just fake it till you make it, you know? At some point it's gonna be good. You just have to be patient. And, you know, I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but I'm just saying that there is some misfortune in 2025. It seems like it can be avoided if you go with a nice guy. Of course, a nice guy is going to be deceitful, maybe. So make sure to not go with a nice guy who is lying to you, which is, of course, very hard to figure out, because how do you know if when the person is acting really nice? How would you know that they actually have bad intentions? That's like, how would you know? Is there something I can do to make you figure out who is to be trusted and who is not? Okay, the trustworthy person. Can you give me like some personality trait about this person, so that group number 6 knows who to trust, like the person who is trustworthy? Judge. This person might be, you know, working as a social worker or a lawyer, or this person could be working as a secretary or as a law enforcement, some police, or could be working in like government work, you know, filing work, art, like doing some kind of paperwork job. I don't know. This is someone who's very compassionate, very has a very good moral compass, and yeah. With the blank card, maybe, like, even though this person might have an interesting job, you know, or a good job, or a job that isn't, you know, it's not exciting, you know, it is, it seems like it might be interesting, but with a blank card, it seems like this person is a little bit simple. Not, you know, not the sharpest person, not the person who is the deepest thinker. Like, this person is maybe not really great at always, like this person like might be working with paperwork, but they might be really bad spellers. Like they might spell terribly. And, you know, having a conversation with this person over text might be kind of terrible. Like because this, like it is maybe sometimes difficult to even know what this person is trying to say, like trying to tell you, like that you can't really figure it out sometimes, because it's like maybe this person has some dyslexia. And that's not a reason to have anything against this person or hold anything against them. Yeah, so that could be a sign. Take it or leave it. I feel like the job title, it's a bit shaky. I feel like that is just for some of you. I feel like for most of you, this person is a bad speller. I feel like that is actually universal. I feel like that is the common denominator for all of you, is that this person can't spell. Yeah. What is the sign of the person who is not to be trusted? The person who is lying to you, or maybe going to be lying to you in 2024, 2025. Who is this person who might be lying to you? Is there anything about this person? Okay. Monk/nun reversed. This is someone who appears to be a monk or a nun, but really, truly, this person is a player. You know, you could maybe tell by this person, like how they try really hard to convince you that they are, you know, very proper, or, you know, that they are overly, you know, virgin-like, you know, that they will try to push it a little bit. And that's going to make it appear a little bit more unrealistic, because this person is going to give it away that they are lying, you know. So it's about, you know, listening to what this person has to say and really figuring out whether this is believable or not. Because the excess piety is here. It says excess piety. So if this person is gonna, you know, brag about abstinence, about how they have chosen to be celibate because of religious reasons, or if this person tries really hard to, you know, convince you that they are, you know, really holy and whatever, sanctimonious, then there's something about it that just doesn't appear right. And especially if this person is, you know, overly fixated on religion, it might be a red flag. I don't know. Of course, religious people usually are, like, I don't know, like they're not, like, I'm religious myself, so there's nothing wrong with religious people. It's just a little bit problematic when they're overly like when it's like in excess, like when it's too much to the point where it's almost as if they get off by people perceiving them as holy, perceiving them as godly, like that. It kind of seems like it's just narcissism, like that they just want to be considered special, you know, like chosen, whatever. Okay, so, and maybe you're going to be choosing this person because this person is spiritual, because this person is religious, because you might feel like, you know, you have something in common. But the problem is that they have sought religion for very different reasons than you have. Like, you have sought God maybe because, you know, you wanted to believe in something bigger, or like that you believe that there is something bigger than you and that you are interested in this entity. And I think this person is seeking out religion because this person wants to be bigger. Like, they want to be big. They want to, you know, blow their own ego up with the use of religion to do it. I don't know if that makes sense. Okay, so with the Father card reversed, the shadow attributes are dictatorial control, abuse of authority. Okay, so either this person is an authority figure and is abusing that title to get laid, or this person, I don't know, like there is also something about control, that if you can sense that this person is a control freak, that this person seems to be very possessive in a way that is kind of strange, I think that could be a red flag. That, you know, this person might promise you everything and be like, oh, I want to have a life with you, I want, like, but only if you do this, only if you do that, then I want, like, if there's any kind of conditions, I think that is that's a sign that you're with the wrong person. Because this person here, and I feel like you're maybe going to meet this person after you meet this other person. I'm not sure which way it's going to be. But this person, the good one, would not have conditions. Like, they would promise you to be with you or to have, like, create a life with you. But it wouldn't be like with some demand or some condition to it. Like, it wouldn't, like, there would not be anything, you know, like, yeah, so this is just a different energy, a completely different energy. With a Father card reversed, this might also be a good indication that if you get pregnant, I don't think it's gonna, like, it's very clear that it's not gonna be the bad one that you're gonna get pregnant with. So don't worry, because this person is not gonna be the father of your child. So that's a good thing. Okay, so I'm gonna end the reading here. I hope it was okay. I know it was a little bit of a bummer. I know, but yeah. Have a great day and a great new year, and bye. Hello, group number 7. You chose the Grunge Tarot, and I'm going to start with some channeling, and then I'm going to shuffle the cards for you. So I'm going to do the channeling now. So Spirit, can you answer this question for group number 7, the people who will choose group number 7? How will people perceive group number 7 in 2025? Okay, I'm sensing that people are going to consider you to be stagnant, that, you know, the perception of you that has been there in this year and the last year before this and the year before that, and like, it's all the same. It seems like you have been doing the same thing. Like, it's not, this reading is not going to be about new year, new me. And I feel like people don't quite understand that that's okay. Like, we don't always have to reinvent ourselves. We don't have to, you know, constantly evolve and move, and, you know, we don't have to always do so much just to figure out who we are. And, you know, like, sometimes existing is just okay. Like, we don't constantly have to discover things about ourselves, and we don't have to always you know, start something new or do something or move towards a goal or something. I don't know, but I feel like in 2025 there's going to be a perception of you as kind of stuck. That you're stuck in your ways, that you're not moving forward, that you're still the same person as you have always been, which is good. Like, why do you have to change? Like, why change something that isn't broken? But I'm also just getting this feeling that people expect more from you. That people see you as someone who has more potential, that you could definitely go out there and do something great, that you have the potential for success, and that you could become famous, or you know, you could become a star, that you have these great skills and talents, and that they have all, like, I feel like especially your family might have always seen you as someone who was gonna get really far in life. So I feel like maybe there is a little bit of that. Like, I feel like this frustration is coming through in the perception of you, is that they feel like you're wasting your potential, and that they don't like that you're just throwing in the towel, not really trying anymore, or that it seems like now you have given up. Like, that it has been a long time coming, but it seems like now you're really giving up on this idea that you always have to grow and grow and grow and grow all the time. That sometimes people can be at a standstill without it being an issue. I feel like it's like, what's wrong with just chilling sometimes and being okay and content with where you are in life, and being like, okay, let's just make the most of it. Let's just lower the expectations a little bit, just because that's kind of nice. It's nice to live a simpler life with less disappointment because of unfinished dreams or unfinished business or unfinished things that other people have kind of pushed you towards. I feel like there's some kind of expectation here, especially from your family. It could have also been from your teachers when you were younger, but I feel like there has always been this expectation that you were going to do something very specific, like become a writer or a singer or a musician or a dancer, or I don't know, like that there was always something that people just pushed upon you as if it was their choice to dream for you. But if it wasn't your dream to begin with, if somebody pushed that dream on you like that, then of course you're not going to be super excited about making that dream come true if it was never really your idea. And so I feel like there might be some people around you who feel like, why are you not doing this? Why are you not becoming a star? Why are you not using your God-given gift to become a professional singer, or become an author, or whatever, or become a poet? Or like, why are you not doing something about it when you have this talent and you have an obligation to use it, or whatever? I don't know. But I feel like, who are they to decide what should be your path? I feel like that should be coming from within you, not from what someone had a vision about, you know? If that makes sense. I'm gonna shuffle. So I feel like, from my point of view, this perception that there will, like this perception of you of someone who is stagnant and stuck and not moving forward, to me that sounds lovely. That sounds brilliant. That sounds really nice. It sounds like you've like, this has been a long time coming. I feel like you have been, you know, fighting for something that was never really your dream to begin with. You've been going out of your own way to make everybody else happy. And I feel like in 2025, you're just gonna let go and let God. And I think that's lovely. I think it's nice to just be content and just accept that, okay, this is how it is now. Let's make the most of it. And I feel like that's a wonderful energy to go into the new year with. So if people have different opinions, I don't care. Like, you know, but of course you care because you're watching this video and that's what the video is about. But I just feel like people don't quite get it. People have this this idea that bigger is better. All the time, bigger is better. Like, but it's just not always the case. Like, sometimes you can have small dreams and you can live a lovely life knowing that, oh, I achieved what I set my mind to achieve and I'm happy and content. And, you know, maybe in the future, somewhere in the future, maybe I'm gonna revisit this idea, but maybe not, and that's okay. Like, I feel like it's not a bad mindset. But some people might feel like you're throwing in the towel, that you're giving up, and that you're, you know, I don't know. I feel like you're also someone who has a chronic, like, I feel like many of you have a chronic illness. And I think people forget to take that into account sometimes. I feel like sometimes they forget you even have a chronic illness, maybe because it's a hidden one. You know, they don't see it because, you know, it could be something like lupus, or if you don't have lupus, I'm not saying you have lupus, but I'm just saying that many of you seem to have something that you already have been diagnosed with, like some autoimmune disease, possibly. I don't know. It feels like something that makes you very tired, and it makes you very weak sometimes, or that you wake up sometimes feeling just heavy in the and weak in the. I don't know. Like, it just feels like a chronic illness. And I feel like you're often in pain because of this. So I think people forget that, you know, when you have something like that, it doesn't have to be lupus. I'm also getting fibromyalgia, or, you know, I'm also getting ME, chronic fatigue. I'm also getting something with like Crohn's disease, or IBS, maybe a severe case of IBS, or some kind of other illness that is really difficult to cure, because there might not be a cure. And I feel like you're struggling with this constantly, and maybe you've been fighting it to the point where you've felt like, oh, I have to keep doing what I want to do because I don't want this disease to, you know, change the pace of my life. I'm not going to let it control me and stop me from doing what I want to do. But I feel like at some point, and especially in 2025, I think you're actually going to realize that what you used to want to do was never really your idea. It was never really your dream. And I think some of you have already realized that, but I feel like others of you might realize that throughout the 2025, that you're going to find out that it was really never what you wanted out of life. And I think you're going to find out what you actually want out of life, and that might be something more simple pleasures, having a content, lovely life where you know, wake up in the morning and you set the bar quite low so that you can be positively surprised if you actually, you know, accomplish something that day, but you don't seem too eager. And I feel like you're actually going to accomplish more with this strategy, because I feel like when we put the bar too high, the disappointment of not reaching that goal is so devastating that we're going to wake up the next day and feeling down and feeling like we're like feeling like a failure. And so sometimes it's just important to, you know, make sure that we're content with not a lot of change, that it's okay. Like, we don't have to constantly move forward. Sometimes we can take a step back and it's okay, because you're still moving forward in the grand scheme of it all. Like, when we look at it from a bigger point of view, we are moving forward, but you know, sometimes it's a step back and then sometimes it's two steps towards the goal. But sometimes it's always, it's okay to let those things happen and not get frustrated, and get to a point where you're accepting that you have these challenges, that you have these hindrances, obstacles that you have to deal with, and these are daily occurrences that you have to just, you know, live with. So it's like, I think you're gonna get to a point where you're gonna reach an acceptance, and you're gonna be embracing that this is your life and that's okay, and you can make the most of it. And I feel like this is, of course it's sad to not be able to do all the things that you want to do, but there is also a freedom in knowing that, okay, we don't have to, you know? Is that, I don't know if that makes sense. But I feel like the perception of others is that they feel like there is some lost potential, I guess. And they might even feel like you're using your, that you're using your, for those who remember that you actually have an illness, because I feel like some people just forget. People who even see you every day, they I don't know if it's forgetfulness or if it's because they don't want to see it, like especially maybe your closest family. They might not really be at a place where they can come to terms with you being sick. That there might be a lack of acceptance of that whole sentiment. Like they can't grasp that this is the new reality. And that is their issue, is that they can't come to terms with that fact. So they might kind of block it out and be like, oh, you should still do this, you should still do that, and why are you not doing this, and why are you not doing that? As if they don't want to face it, if that makes sense. And then I feel like for some of you, there might be like one family member who keeps telling you that you have to try this and that and whatever. Like this person seems a little bit annoying. I feel like this is someone who's a little bit of a know-it-all, and this person has all the right cures. Like they know exactly what you need to do to be to get healthy, to get better. You know, this person is sitting on a cure, and this not sitting on it. This person is telling you about it, and I feel like this person will be telling you about it in 2025, or this person has already been telling you about it. Like they might have told you that they know somebody who was cured from the disease that you have, and it was like magic. Like they were cured from one day to the next, and the only thing they did was drink green tea or drink aloe vera or do yoga or get acupuncture or something. Like it's something kind of ridiculous that this person is, you know, trying to force upon you and be like, you have to try this because it happened that one time that someone got cured, or it didn't seem like sometimes correlation is not does not equal causation. Like just because, you know, this person got cured at the same time when they were drinking green tea doesn't mean that it's the green tea that cured them. So I don't know, but I feel like this person is very persistent. I know it's not going to resonate with all of you, but I just feel like if you don't have an illness, if you don't have some chronic illness, some autoimmune illness or something like that, then I feel like this person just has, you know, has given you some unsolicited advice on how to move forward in your life, how to do this, how to do that, like what you're supposed to be doing, and it's constantly telling you what you're supposed to be doing. And I feel like this person has such an inflated ego that when you don't follow this person's advice, they judge you, and they're like, if you don't listen to what I have to say and don't at least try it out, then it must be because you don't want to be healthy. That it's because you want to stay sick. That's the only reason why you're not giving green tea a chance. Like it's so silly. But I think it's because, you know, I don't know, like it's because of self-importance. It's because this person has an entitlement where they feel like people just have to listen to everything this person has to say. So, you know, this person is maybe a little bit toxic to the point where this person might tell other people that they believe, or that like, if you don't try the green tea, maybe just like you don't have to try it, maybe tell this person that you tried it and it didn't work, you know, just to get this person off your back. Because I feel like this person could be the type of person who could start spreading this around and being like, and telling everybody that, oh, you don't want to be healthy, you don't want to try different things, you're not open to different treatments, you're just closed off, you're just throwing in the towel, you haven't, like, you don't have the drive to actually become well, that you seem to just want to be stuck in your life or whatever. I don't know. But I feel like you have just more come to terms with the fact that you have an illness that doesn't have a cure. If there was a cure, people, like the doctors, would have known about it. If green tea was the cure, the doctors would have known about it, and, you know, they would have given this person a Nobel Prize for figuring out that it's actually green tea that's a fix-it-all of this disease, you know. So obviously it's really hard to take people like this seriously, because they don't really take into account the complexity of the illness and why it is so hard to cure it, you know. And that I feel like you have also tried different treatments. They just didn't work. And maybe you're just tired of trying different things and getting your hopes up just to be disappointed when you realize that this wasn't actually a cure, you know. And maybe I feel like most of you are gonna be much more content when you get to this acceptance where you're like, okay, this is just the status quo now, like this is the new norm, this is just what I have to live with, and it's okay, let's just make the most of it. So okay, with the 10 of Cups, this is a beautiful card. I think people perceive you as somebody, like in 2025, people are going to perceive you as someone who is much more harmonious than you have been. But of course, with all that harmony, I think people look at that and they don't, like in a way, they don't want you to be happy. I think, I don't know why, that, like I'm getting this feeling from maybe a few people. I feel like it's not a general thing. With this card here, the general thing is that people actually will perceive you as someone who's living your life in a very harmonious way, and you're very content and grateful for the things that you have, and you're very good at showing gratitude for every day, like every day where, like for every good day that you have, like you're really good at, you know, showing the universe that you're thankful that, you know, this day was a good day. And you know, I just feel like a lot of people will see you as, you know, someone who has shifted your mindset. You're going to be considered more positive than you have been in the past few years, because I feel like in the past few years you might have been slightly negative because of your illness, because of constantly fighting to find a cure, or fighting to get treatment, fighting to get a diagnosis from the doctor, fighting for like getting some, like, you know, it just seems like it has been a fight and a struggle, and that you've also had to fight for this career that everybody has expected from you, or expected you to, you know, go down this path, that this path has always been something that people expected you to do. I don't know. And that you've been, you know, balancing your health and this career, this dead-end career that people wanted you to take. And I think it has been causing you to feel very down, like always feeling disappointed in yourself, always feeling like you're a disappointment to others because other people don't want you to just sit down, relax and take a breather, which you definitely deserve to do, because you've had a hard time here, and you know, it has been very unfair that you've had all these things that you've struggled with. So maybe you've also been a little bit angry at the universe for, you know, having this, you know, challenge. That in a way it's kind of like a slap in the face to get a really great gift, because I feel like many of you have some kind of talent that you're like really good at. And you know, that's also what people around you can see, that you could definitely become famous with whatever this talent is. And then you have a chronic illness or something like, or maybe a mental health thing or something. I don't know what this is, but it just seems like a big challenge that just seems unbearable to, you know, to have to, you know, to have to balance these two things and feel an obligation to this gift, and I don't know, and then not being able to use it, because if you make it, which I think you could make it if you wanted to, like if you wanted to become famous or wanted to become successful and professional in this field, you could. But the problem is that this might be a field that is very competitive, and so you would have to spend a lot of energy maintaining that career. When you get to the top, you would have to, you know, really work really hard. And people who are completely healthy have a hard time maintaining a big career. So for someone who has health issues, that's like, you know, a really big uphill battle to have to go through, you know. So I don't know if this makes sense to all of you, but yeah. With the Ten of Cups, people will see you as more harmonious now, more positive, because it seems like a part of, like, you're more grateful for every day that you, like, you're showing a lot a more positive mindset, which they like. They like that you're starting to see the glass half full instead of half empty, even though they still feel like there's a wasted potential, which is kind of silly, since it's like I feel like it's two different groups of people. Some people see the wasted potential, some people see you as someone who's trying to live your best life, you know. So it's I'm going to shuffle a little bit more. Knight of Wands, no, sorry, Knight of Swords reversed. So I'm sensing that people are going to consider you to be kind of in the background. Like, you're still you're taking a step back, and they're gonna feel that you're taking a step back, you're taking a breather, you're not rushing into anything, and you're trying to find peace within yourself. And with the Knight of Swords reversed, they're gonna see you as someone who, you know, who's taking it easy, not bulldozing through life, that you're stopping and smelling the flowers. And I think it's a good thing. I think a lot of people also think it's a good thing. I feel like it's only those people who are in denial of your illness, or feel like, you know, you should still do these things that they expected you to do, because they can't get rid of that vision that they used to have of you, like the vision that they thought was gonna come true. This might be your parents. I feel like maybe your parents were living their dreams through you. You know, so if your father or your mother wanted to be a writer when they were younger, they might have felt like, oh, that ship has sailed, but now that I have a child, I can kind of push that child into doing what I didn't do when I was in my prime, you know? And so I feel like maybe one of your parents has a hard time letting go, because they thought they could live their dream through you. And when they realized that that was not going to happen, I think they might not have realized that even till this day. I feel like they still have a part of their mind set on this happening. I don't know. And it could be the same thing with, like, if they always wanted to be a lawyer, they might push that upon you. Or if they always wanted to be a doctor, they might push that upon you. Like, it feels like it's something that they wanted for themselves but didn't get. And so they want you to experience it so they can experience it through you. So I'm going to shuffle a little bit more. Okay, so I feel like there is somebody. Okay, this seems like this is not like a parent of yours. It's not a sibling of yours. It seems like it's someone a little bit outside of your family. It could be an aunt or an uncle or something like that. I feel like there is a person who has this belief, which is really silly, that you're using your illness to get benefits. That you even might have gotten the diagnosis for the sole purpose of getting some benefit, which is such a strange sentiment because nobody wants to be sick. Like, everybody wants to be well and healthy. Nobody is like, and the benefits are never so good that you want to pretend to be sick. Or that's not, like, I don't think this person thinks you're pretending to be sick, but they might feel like you're kind of squeezing the lemon, trying to get all, that you're taking advantage of the illness that you have. I don't know. But of course, like, if you have an illness, if you have a diagnosis, and it's like a bummer to have this thing because it's an illness that causes you to be in pain all the time and be tired all the time and wake up in the morning feeling hungover even though you're not drinking, why would you want to feel that way? Or why would you, like, this is not an illness that you want to have. And, I feel like this person, like, there might be an example here, like that this person has some kind of proof or evidence. Or I don't know, like, this is very specific, so it's not going to resonate with the majority of you. I know that. But it's something about a discount, maybe a discount in the bus or something, that this person or this family member might think that you're faking your illness to get a discount in the bus. I don't know. I think this person might be kind of loco. I think this person is not complete. Like, this person might be a little bit old, a little bit senile, or I don't know, like, there's something about this person that, maybe this person has been a little bit off for a long time, and so it's maybe nothing new that this person has a lot of bullshit to say, and so I don't know, like, why would you do that? It's probably not even that big of a discount that you're going to get in the bus. Like, and if you get that discount in the bus, like, why wouldn't you want that when you actually have a disability? And if you are one of those people who can get a discount in the bus because of your disability, why not take advantage of that offer, which is an offer to you, something that you are offered because you have that, like, because you have a disability. Like, what? Like, it's not taking advantage, it's just using an offer that is for you, meant for people like you, to make your life easier. Like, and especially because you already have a lot of things that make your life a lot harder, so why not take advantage of those things that make your life a little bit easier? Like, I can't understand this sentiment. Obviously you should, try to make your life as simple as possible. And if people offer you some help, you should take it, you know? Okay, so with the Nine of Swords, I am sensing that people's okay, so the Queen of Swords is also here. So with the Nine of Swords, I'm sensing that in 2025, people might perceive you as someone who, again, you're not moving forward, you're maybe staying at home, you're maybe not doing as much as they feel like you could be doing, but they are not inside your body, you know, they are not your doctor. Your doctor knows what is right for you, and if your doctor decides that you need a break or that you need some time where you can heal your body, then that is your doctor's opinion, and that opinion is way more important than some opinion from someone else who doesn't even know what your life looks like in your everyday life. Someone who just meets you every like once every year or something. Like, this person doesn't know you, so this person can't, you know, decide what is best for you. So yeah, with the Queen of Swords, it says fate here. I think people see you as someone, like in 2025, people are going to see you as someone who believes in fate. That you seem to be coming to terms with everything happening for a reason. That, you know, sometimes that's a nice thought. That especially when everything is going like when everything isn't working out the way we think or the way we thought they would, it's nice to remember that, you know, there is a plan, that everything is going just as planned, and that we have to just hang in there and remember that something good is going to come our way. Like, that we just have to wait. And when we're, you know, out of the tunnel, we can see more clearly, you know, the bigger picture, why all of this happened, why you had all these challenges, why this all, you know, if that, I don't know if that makes sense, but I feel like people will perceive you as someone who believes in fate, who seems to maybe also be stagnant because of your belief in fate, that you're not trying to push through and, you know, push your dreams into reality, that you're just you're just in that sentiment that, you know, if things don't work out, they don't work out for a reason, and that, you know, forcing something that isn't yours to begin with, forcing it into your possession, is never a good thing. It's never gonna, like, it's not gonna lead you to happiness, to make something happen that was never supposed to happen. And so I think yeah, I don't know. I feel like people will perceive you also as, you know, the Queen of Swords, which is a very intelligent, quick-witted woman, or a man, if you're a man. You know, that you're also very capable, because even if you have like a, they of course people don't understand that, you know, when you have a physical illness, but your mind is still sharp and you're still super intelligent. You're still really like, you know, really good at what you do. Like you're very skilled and talented. Like why can't you use that talent just because of a physical illness? Or that's what they think. But, you know, it's all intertwined. You know, it's really hard to wake up in the morning already feeling low, already feeling like shit because you have chronic fatigue or fibromyalgia or something like that, and then you can't expect someone to then magically write a book or something just because, you know, their mind is still sharp, yes, but they're in pain. It's I don't know. I feel like people need to give you a break. And I feel like the less pressure they put on you, the more you're going to be doing. Like, the more you're going to get done. Because you're not going to do anything as long as all this pressure is being put on you. Nobody can blossom, like, in captivity, in that sense of, like, you have to have that freedom to do whatever you want to do. Like, you have to be, like, have space and have people get off your back. Because I feel like, you know, the more people try to, you know, convince you of what you're supposed to be doing, the more you want to rebel against that and just do nothing at all, like, or do the complete opposite of what they're saying, or, you know, because it, like, I'm getting a little bit of that demand paralysis, that maybe some of you have demand paralysis, where when someone demands something of you, you feel paralyzed. You feel like you can't really do it if someone wants you to do it, or not wants you, but expects you to do it or demands you to do it. But when it is something that comes from within, like when you think of it yourself, when it's your idea, you have and if nobody's pushing you to do it, I feel like there's a bigger chance of you actually doing it and succeeding at it. So I feel like people are doing you a disfavor by not just giving you that freedom to do whatever you want, like, but out of your life. Like, it's not doing you any good that they're always in your hair. Like, so yeah. But I feel like they think that they are helping by applying pressure. I think that is their misinterpretation of things, is that that is their misconception, is that they think that it's them trying to help you, them trying to encourage you and, you know, inspire you to do something with your life. But, you know, I don't know. I feel like it's also their own self-importance, that they believe that, you know, everybody in your life seems to believe that they are the one person who can somehow turn your life around. Like, everybody thinks that they are, you know, that I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to say about that, but you know, what the movie Good Will Hunting, you know, with a psychologist who was like the only one who could get through to Will Hunting. You know? I feel like that's how people perceive themselves in your life, that they think, oh, if they just, like, if they just apply pressure, and if they try to talk to you, magically you're going to change your mind and you're going to go back to school and you're going to get your degree and you're going to, you know, become a big successful lawyer or whatever. I don't know, or a big successful mathematician, or like in that movie. I don't think that was actually that wasn't the ending. I know that, but it still it feels like people have that inflated ego. They believe that they can somehow make that big change in your life, even though like the misconception is that you don't actually need that you can live a beautiful life with a lot of gratitude and contentment if you just accept that this is the challenges that you have, and that you can just make the most of it by just accepting and, you know, accept and receive and let go and let God, and just go with the flow and just, you know, give into it, give into, you know, the life, and let life happen and see where it goes. Don't plan too much, because plans are, you know, disappointing often, and sometimes it's just better to just live in the moment and seize the day. And I don't know, now I'm just talking in cliches, but I'm just sensing here that I don't feel like you have to think too much about what other people think of you in 2025. I feel like it's better to just listen to your body, listen to what your body needs, and focus on that. Focus on your own health and feeling good in your own body, and that's the most important thing. And yeah, thank you for watching. I'm going to end the reading here. Have a great day, and bye.